that I know of.
No, not too bad. We just don't know how to get this event started. That's
How
all.
does this work?
A little bit caveman right now.
Wow,
Um,
cool.
well, let's see here. Yeah, let's drop some alpha instead. We'll just gravy. Let's just talk amongst ourselves about what we just heard in the dev chat.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I think green grass in the pasture for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm torn because if I click start the stage, it'll make like an announcement. I think we'll get more people in here. But what am I talking about? We already got people here. Like it seems to be working. So I don't know. Maybe we
Maybe we
just
just
go
well, I mean, there were
keep it
24
going.
minutes to the actual official event, so can't be giving away too much in the next 24 minutes.
Yeah, it
But we
says
could always
starting.
start it and have people just chill.
Exactly. So yeah, we'll just keep it going here, and then I don't know what will happen at the 23-minute mark. Maybe the other event will start and we'll switch stages or something. If anybody has any advice on that, let me know. And just to kind of set the stage here, yeah, we're gonna have the land release, and I want to clear something up. I noticed yesterday and in my DMs a lot. Um, there's a bit of a miss that it's a land auction or a land raffle. Probably 1% of people, but still a significant number. So if anyone's like, what's going on? What's this land release? Like, that's why I put land gameplay release. This is it, man. This is the gameplay. The map is going to get huge. And if you have realm parcels, you're going to have access to that land in just a few minutes here. We're about 20 minutes out from this thing going live. The Citadel's about to get a lot bigger. Um, and I believe the official numbers, it's a roughly a 14x in size compared to what the world was before. So you're going to be able to get on your land. You're going to be able to equip altars, whether they're golden or normal, and you'll be able to equip any tiles you like in terms of decorating. If you have some golden tiles, they're going to be put to use today. And then over the coming weeks, that's when all the new installations start to roll out. The crafting table recipe book is going to fill with all sorts of options. Um, but yeah, that's where we are right now. We're on the cusp of moving into a much bigger world, and the dev team's ready. Everything's checking out. Everything's looking good right now. We are building side by side here with all of you. This is a DAO built game, so we'll see what happens when we push the button at 20 minutes from now. But I think it's going to be really good.
Yeah, for sure. I
Yeah.
woke up this morning feeling like I was sending my firstborn to school for the first time.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those days for sure.
We grew up so fast. So long, but so fast.
And the other thing to just real quick is this is also an XP event. So if you're here and maybe you have a gotchi, but you don't have a land parcel yet, so you're a little bit bittersweet about things, obviously you messed up somewhere along the way, but that's it. But no, basically you'll want to definitely log in, explore this vast new world, and there's gonna be some Easter eggs and just surprises littered throughout this massive world. And then on top of it, any gotcha that logs in today will be getting the 10 XP drop shortly thereafter. So all your gotcha has to do is enter the Gotchiverse. There's no type form. We're not filling out any type forms here in the Discord. It's all about your gotchi entering into the Gotchiverse. All right, so I'm hopping into the land gameplay release text chat. See how people are doing. Is the Alchemica going to be dropped as it was? Matt answered, said, no, it will look different. And that's right. It will look different because this isn't a play drop. This is the actual gameplay where you'll still have pickups on the surface, but they're being generated organically from other users' gameplay. What we mean by that is spillover. For now, it's coming exclusively from your altars. So an Aavegotchi can go up to an altar on a parcel it owns and pray to it or do a ritual, whatever you want to call it. And X amount of that resulting alchemica will go straight to your wallet. The rest of it will spill out onto the world. And the spillover range for these altars is really, really big. It's not like it falls right next to your feet. You are feeding your neighborhood and then some. So there's alchemica going to the district next door. You might have alchemica dropping down in 3 or 4 districts with a level 1 altar. So it's pretty cool in that sense. So everyone that is channeling, as we call it, will also be feeding the neighborhood. That said, there is a certain budget we allocate for the social events and for the play drop, and for various number of reasons, there's a little bit that came in, a decent chunk that came in under budget. We like to be under budget and deliver on time. So that stuff is set aside for some future engagements, some other events we can do, but there's no rush on that and no announcements on what those opportunities would be right now. But in general, the alchemica spawning on the surface is going to be generated by people channeling at their altars today. Another good question coming in. Can you level up your altar? Can you upgrade it? And yes, Dan confirmed it today, and yes, you absolutely can. You'll go ahead and use some alchemica to upgrade your altar. And that'll go for just about any installation that has upgrading capabilities. It's a very familiar model. If you look at like Clash of Clans, 9 levels, that's what we've got. Most of your installations have 9 different levels. Somebody must have the image from that recent blog post. It's very illustrative of what we're talking about here. Some great stuff. It's the Gotchi UBI article at blog.aavegotchi.com. And if you look in there, you'll see the different levels of the altar and how that affects your spillover rate. So I'll just drop that in here. And like crafting, this takes 2 things. You can't just buy an upgrade and instantly get it. It takes time. That's where it's actually literally measured in block time. So a block on Polygon Network is like 2.1 seconds, give or take. And so it's literally on-chain measured out in the number of blocks that it takes for you to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Yes, Real Slim Smarty says, can the altar be used while upgrading? And yeah, the answer is yes. You just simply don't enjoy the benefits of the upgrade until the upgrade is complete. But you by no means knock your altar out of commission during the upgrade. Because some of those higher levels are going to take, days to complete. They're serious undertakings. And so, yeah, you wouldn't want to knock out your installations for days on end. Does each altar require a Polygon transaction? Any worries about killing the network? Good questions, mister. So yes, each time you craft an item, you're literally minting an NFT. It's an on-chain transaction. You go to the crafting table, you input the right recipe, you click craft, and now you are minting an NFT at that point, in 11:55. And then in terms of killing the network, I don't think so. We've done this before, the stress tests and the bot wars. Bots are not welcome here. It's a human-friendly zone, humans and gotchis only. So I think it'll be just fine. Yep. In fact, if you do go to like a withdrawal station for in-game pickups, they're called vortexes. Then you can basically get your gas covered because it's a transaction on our network side. So Pixelcraft actually covers that. We pay for that. If you're engaging with your altar to do a channeling session, then that's your transaction. But like I say, I think the trade-off there is very, very fair, right? Because we can check here in the article. I'll drop my favorite article, and you can see that the Gotchi UBI has a lot of good stuff, even if your Aavegotchi is only a level 50 on kinship, which is kind of the base starting point for every Aavegotchi. As long as you don't have a neglected Aavegotchi, it's going to be able to channel a decent amount of alchemica. If it drops under 50, that's when it falls off a cliff and you can't channel anymore. Neglected Aavegotchis don't channel very well. All right, let's see. Yeah, it's good to get these questions answered up front. We are 15 minutes out from the land gameplay release. It's going to be epic. Let's see. Do we have any hands raised? Anyone want to hop up and... oh, you know what? Now it's there. Before, I think we were too early. I can start the event for the Gotchiverse land release, the scheduled event, Discord Amphitheater. So at the 15-minute, maybe I click that. There's over 1,200 people interested and RSVP'd for that. So we're going to move the conversation there. I don't know if it's going to switch us all over automatically, but let's see what happens. I'm going to push the button.
Yeah, so 118 of us, we might have to migrate over to the next one, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so here we go, guys. 3, 2, 1. Okay, everyone, welcome. That wasn't so bad.
Ta-da!
All right, cool. Now the numbers are going to start flying up. You can see everyone coming in. 130, 137. Oh, I want 140. Give me 140. We'll be there for sure. By the time this game gets launched, I expect a lot more people in here. It's going to be absolutely nuts. But we'll all be also busy exploring the Gotchiverse. I'm going to have to open up another window and somehow be a decent host while also enjoying my time romping through the Gotchiverse. It's going to be 14 times bigger than it was last time I was in there. So that's going to be pretty nuts. Oh, we're already over 200 listening now, climbing fast. Welcome, everybody. We are getting ready for the gameplay land release. This has been a long time coming. A little context, I guess. If we zoom out, over the past, 6 months, there's been 2 major land distributions where it was land auctions, the bid to earn auctions from GBM, plus a raffle for anyone staking Ghost, and you had some drop tickets. You were able to win some of the land. So between those different events, we've distributed thousands of land parcels that are going to be accessible as of today. So this is where the utility, the gameplay kicks in for those land parcels. And so you're going to be able to go there, visit your parcel, find your neighborhood, equip any installations you have. At this time, the main installation is the altar. So if you have a golden altar, you could install it. If you don't want to, maybe you want to keep the golden altar a little more liquid, you can always build a standard altar, craft that, and install that. And once you have an altar, then you can start channeling. That's the Gotchi UBI article I just dropped a few minutes ago. So you can scroll up in the text channel to see that. And it's going to be nuts. People are going to be channeling with their Aavegotchis very, very soon. And as long as your Aavegotchi has decent kinship scores, anything 50 or above, you're going to be safe to channel as of today. I love this meme I'm going to share. The adepts looking down on the Gotchiverse. Good kinship. Here's some more Alchemica. So it's good stuff. It's what we're looking for here, friends, is long time coming. One of the most unique gameplay aspects, I think, is the channeling. It's like, yeah, we've got Pac-Man. Yeah, we've got Easter egg hunts. We've got battle mode. But we've also got this idea of channeling, which I just think is so out of the box and unique, and should be a very positive kind of. It's meant to be a UBI, like a very positive game of abundance kind of play. So looking forward to that. Takashi, I think you asked the question before. Yes, you're going to be able to collect Alchemica on the surface, but it's not coming from a budget that is spawning throughout the world. Instead, it's being organically generated by people that are channeling. So let's see if we can find that spillover map. That's very useful when we talk about what's going to happen today. Here we go. I'm pulling it up now, dropping in the text chat. So your spillover radius is what happens when you channel. When you channel, a certain percentage will go directly to your wallet. That's yours to keep. That's your UBI. The rest of your channeling gets basically randomly distributed across a rather wide radius. So you are literally feeding your neighborhood, taking care of your district. And I think this is going to be a pretty cool effect as guilds get together, coordinate their channeling sessions, and they also have parcels that are, literally neighboring each other in the same district. So it's going to be pretty wild to see what kind of coordination can be done on that scale. If they have a shared treasury with a multi-sig or something, it just gets even more interesting from there. Oh, we got No Futuristic. I know he's covering this major event, and he says, "Good morning, friends. I'm picking the winners for my raffle in the next 10 minutes. So it looks like top of the hour when the game goes live, No Futuristic's going to be raffling off some winners on the live stream. And if No Futuristic wants to hop on stage and share a little bit more about the opportunity there and what's going on with Music City Gotchi Gang, would love to hear from him. He might have his hands full running the raffle and everything else.
I do want to remind everybody that is coming in. We'll remind you guys in 10 minutes again, but we won't be having an XP type form for this event. In order to get your XP for your gotchis, you'll want to hop into the Gotchiverse with each one of your gotchis. So there will not be a type form that we put in here, so no need to ask for that along this event. You'll just need to hop right in to the Gotchiverse with your gotchis to earn that XP.
Right. Good point. Good PSA there. This is an XP event. Just get your gotchis in the Gotchiverse, and that XP will be noted and en route. I'm going to pull up. We got some requests to speak. Oh, No Futuristic. We'll start with you, sir. Hello.
Hey, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yo, what's up? No Futuristic. How you doing? We can hear you.
I'm doing well. I'm very excited for this LAN release. We're so close. 8 minutes away.
Yeah, 8 minutes away from a huge stepping stone that we're about to accomplish. I'm super excited. I'm sure we talked last night, and it doesn't feel like too long ago that we were just on stage talking, but yeah, it's very much so looking forward to it. I was telling Golden Cross here how I woke up and I felt like I was sending my firstborn child to like school for the first time and waving goodbye as they got on the bus.
I know. It definitely feels like that. I feel like I'm going to my first day of Sunday school since we're all going to be channeling and praying. So it's like kind of exciting.
For sure. The fact that it'll never look the same after it's officially released is it hits a little bit different. I mean, we've been on these stress tests for quite some time. We did 3-4 stress tests. We did the play drop. We did all of that good stuff with the outlook of speculating what the land will look like, and now we finally get to see it in real time and put some golden tiles on it and basically color that book in.
Yeah, we're watching the genesis of the metaverse, our Gotchiverse today, like this huge like 15x expansion in land, and now just the customization of that land, and all these gotchis running around. Like, it's good to see. There's going to be we're already at 1,000 people in the Gotchiverse, so it's going to be great to see it get full and then everybody spread out and kind of just start channeling and running around and picking up stuff again. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everybody's going to be curious to kind of do a few things at the same time, probably a bit torn. Like, I know for me, I want to go see my parcels. I want to immediately try to equip an altar. At the same time, I know I'm going to be watching your stream on Music City Gotchi again, and we're like, oh man, they found some cool, like something different going on at Westgate instead of Northgate, or who knows, like just different things going on. So going to want to get over there and do that too. Yeah, it's going to be basically overload, sensory overload. So at the turn of the hour, people should be refreshing their page if they're in the Gotchiverse, correct? Like, because it's going to be a different UI. Yeah, so when you hop in, you're going to see a slightly different UI for sure. If you've been playing through the alpha launch and the play drop, you'll recognize a lot of this. It's not going to be like too overwhelming, but It's definitely a different world. Yeah.
Cool. Ghost 101, I just saw your question. Where and how is this happening? The raffle thing. So I'm running a raffle that's on my Twitter. I basically gave away a whole bunch of raffle tickets. I was selling them, but I basically brought all of them down for sale so that we can stop, just so that no one buys anymore before I do this raffle in the next few minutes. I've taken all of the addresses of people who have won raffle tickets or have purchased them, and they're in this fancy little wheel of names that I am going to, in the next 5 minutes, draw a winner to win 2 humble parcels, a winner to win 5 drop tickets, and then I'm going to throw in a common wearable in there. I haven't decided which one, but we'll pick it together. And then we'll just send everything out, and then you can start channeling if you have a Gotchi, or maybe throw it in the Gotchi vault and stake it for some return if you can't have, or rent a Gotchi and go play with it. I don't know. We'll figure this out in 4 minutes, though, definitely.
That's awesome and very, very generous. So everybody needs to follow No Futuristic on what's your Twitter handle? It's not actually No Futuristic, right? It's like a play on that, slightly different.
Yeah, it's No Future Photo is my
Right.
Twitter. Although I do also have the @NoFuturistic, but that was when I was a rapper. So that's like, if you look at that Twitter, that's like 10 years old and has like a whole bunch of rap tracks on it that I don't even perform anymore. So
Nice. I was going through the blog as we were talking, and this just popped up, so I'm throwing it into the text chat. The Gotchi Spotlight on No Futuristic. So basically, everything you need to follow him and learn a bit more about what he does and all the awesome things you bring to the space. So follow him, and maybe you're gonna like have a bunch of different Aavegotchi NFTs you might win here soon. That's pretty sick.
and actually, the raffle ticket is me rapping. It's a song I made, so that's also the thing. It's an NFT that's a song of me rapping about the Gotchiverse, and it's just it acts as the raffle ticket as well.
That's nuts. I got to pick your brain, learn where you're storing the audio for that and how that all works. I think it sounds fascinating. But we are literally 2 minutes away here. My hands are starting to shake from the game going live. Let me check in with the boiler room here, see how things are looking for the launch. And then Gravy, maybe you could update. Do we have anything else going with, has the final winner of our land giveaway been announced, or when does that happen?
So the last winner of the reasonable parcel in District 41 will be announced in about an hour. To keep it, to make sure that everyone gets 24 hours to get their submission in. So if you're on the call now and you haven't gone over to our Twitter account to enter for a chance to win a reasonable land parcel in District 41, please head over to our Twitter page at Aavegotchi and follow directions. All you got to do is like the tweet, retweet it, and then make sure you're following Aavegotchi, and then comment what your with a cash tag what your favorite Alchemica is and why. So we'll be announcing that one in roughly an hour to make sure that everybody still has the 24-hour window possibility to win. And then once that is announced and the winner receives that, you'll be able to jump on your land parcel just like the rest of us. So if you haven't already entered the contest, please head over to our Twitter page and make sure you like, retweet, follow Aavegotchi, and share your favorite Alchemica.
Right on. There's the link. Heck yeah. Okay, Coder Dan just tweeted, it's happening. I don't know if we're going to get him on stage. He's pretty busy, but look at that. We've got a golden tile on the parcel, which, by the way, this is literally the last 60 seconds to craft the second golden tile. I think it may already be too late on that front. And then we've got the third golden tile available for 2 weeks starting today. So this is the capper of the trilogy of golden tiles, after which there's no more golden tiles. That will forever be a super OG thing, because you were here when the Gotchiverse was going live. So,
the only way you'll be able to get a golden tile is if people are willing to part ways with them in the bazaar. But you will not be able to mint any 3 of these golden tiles after this next 2 weeks is over.
That's right. I'm going to pull up a few more friends here. We've got a ton of hands up. I'm going to pull a few more up here for the party. Mike Callium, come on down. All right. Bearded. Hey, we got Bearded in the house. We got White Ranger. We got We got so many friends here. I'm just randomly picking a few, and we'll
Good
rotate
morning,
in and out.
everybody. Hey guys.
Hello, hello.
How's it going? Thanks for
really
joining.
Am I the only one with 3 computers in front of me going at the same time?
3 separate computers? Probably.
Yeah, I've got 3 separate.
I've got the equivalent of 4 monitors, but just one machine.
Oh, and my phone. So
There you go.
I've also got my my work laptop up so that I can appear in work. So I keep collecting that paycheck while I'm collecting
That mouse
alchemical-
moving.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I do have a request for the lending filter. If we can add kinship, I feel like that's super relevant now.
Yeah,
I'm
actually,
trying to
we just had a conversation last night. I'm not sure if you were on our spaces, but one thing that we are looking to implement sooner than later also to add to what you just mentioned is also to have like a simple indicator if a gotchi that is for lending has already channeled for the day. So that, and then taking into consideration the kinship definitely is going to be a big factor now as well.
Yeah, I'm in here trying to snipe some now, and people are in here getting these contracts because I've had a couple fail from people signing them right before me.
Oh, yeah. The lending is going to be insane. Gotchi lending is going to have a whole new level of utility starting today. But yeah, the kinship filter gotta happen. That's a must. As is a simple, maybe it's a red green light, something very simple that says, it's 24-hour channeling is available now, or it's been spent. Or maybe we can get a little bit more granular and even have a countdown to how many hours till it can channel again. We'll have to see on that one in the subgraph and how it wants to behave. But great request, definitely has to happen. There's going to be a lot of quality of life upgrades from what we see today through the next few weeks. So we'll be listening very careful and prioritizing what needs to fall next. And once we get through a little bit of that, then we can turn our attention to readying the harvesters and the farming equipment so we can survey our property and see how much alchemica is actually under our land. That part does not happen today. The surveys are still a few weeks out.
Hey, No Futuristic, I saw that you announced some winners. Would you mind putting all those in one message so we can all easily see the winners that you announced? I'm trying to. I think you messaged 3 winners, but I have a hard time following.
Okay, yeah. One of them, I'll do it now. It's actually 2 winners. The 2 people won. One person won 2 prizes. I thought it was Goob's address, but it doesn't seem to be Goob's address. It is. I'll put them all together. That's the first prize.
Everybody, No Futuristic was giving away his own giveaway to help celebrate this event. So he's very, very generous. I was just asking if he put them all in one message so that it's easy to identify for everyone. Yeah, it looks like we're still a few minutes away from shipping the land release. So if everyone remains patient, we will all get there eventually.
I've been thinking a lot the amount of attention that renters are going to have to give to the gotchis that they rent is going to be pretty high, especially when we get some more of the features. Like I think in the future renters will be able to drop in on their owner's land, right? So you'll have to be, if you want to be the best renter possible, you'll have to be aware of, how much land does the person I'm renting from have? Where is that land? Has this gotchi been channeled yet? And does the land that the renter has, does that have an altar that has been rented on yet today?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little adjusting for sure.
Yeah, there's probably going to be a much more in-depth drill down to give you all this information on a particular potential borrow. There's going to almost have to be like the kinship filter, that's kind of just the tip of the iceberg, right? And then, like you say, it's like, all right, does how many pieces of land are tied to this particular gotchi, and that kind of thing. So access rights, all of that.
I was sorting 100 contracts with my filter, and now it's down to 3. So lots of lending going on. Everything over 500 kinship is gone.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Kinship's going to play a huge role, and then I guess just in general, there might be a few where they've already channeled or something. Maybe not here initially because nobody's channeled yet, but we will start to see that problem if we don't get that UI updated. So it'll be a bit of a lottery in and of itself, which is not ideal. But we're in the early stages here. Let's remember we're all alpha still. I just was popped back in and checked on with the dev team, and they said they're just a few minutes away from pushing. So we're going to have the game here expand greatly in just a couple more minutes. They're doing
Hey,
final
Bearded, I have a
checks.
question for you regarding the Gotchi Vault.
Yeah.
So there's a 24-hour period. Like if I put all my gotchis in, right, and I pull them out, I have 24 hours before I can put them back in where I won't be charged, right?
That's right.
Can I do that every day?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I want to pull, as long as I keep in that 24 hours. So if I want to pull out channel and then put them all back in to do rentals for the rest of the day, I can do that.
Yep, that's my plan. I'm gonna try to time it so that I'm pulling out, channeling, putting back in, setting for rental, and then 4 hours before the channeling starts, pause all my gotchis, which you can do through the user interface. So that'll wrap up whatever rental is currently going on, and then it won't relist it, and then I should be able to pull it out the next day also. We'll see. That may be a lot of work, and hopefully in the coming weeks we're able to give borrowers more and more ability to do some of this stuff so that it can be a little more passive. We just this week introduced the ability for people to deposit their land in the vault, which we're excited about. Which means that going forward, as more and more access rights get released by Pixelcraft, at first probably later today or tomorrow, anybody who's borrowing from the Gotchi Vault will be able to channel at any of the vault's land, and then ideally, in the next couple of weeks, once we get more access rights, hopefully we'll be able to match up the whitelists of the gotchis to the whitelists, set those whitelists up on the land so that if you're a YGG scholar and you're renting a YGG gotchi, you can then go and channel on a YGG parcel, and only people on that whitelist will be able to get to that parcel. That's kind of the medium term vision that we have for renting and for channeling.
What's the breakdown? Because I know for me personally, I have 56 parcels now and 22 gotchis. So I have 34 that are just going to sit there kind of unutilized. So if I was to stake them, how would that work for me as a person trying to stake in the Gotchi Vault my land?
Well, I mean, you don't really get any benefit from, if somebody channels on your land, you don't get any benefit for that, right? It's just the renter is getting the benefit. So, I mean, if you just have these unused parcels, and you just want to stake them, you could just stake them. At this point, there's not really any benefit to the land holder of staking them. But once it'll get really interesting once we have farming live, right? Because then you are getting a benefit, right? So you've got your you've got the renters going around emptying your reservoirs for you.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Bearded, everything you just said about Gotchi Vault, that's really powerful. That's huge. And I like how you defined it as medium term, some of those goals, which I think is even better.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's pretty cool. When when we first set up the contracts, we set them up to kind of be like ERC 721 agnostic. So the functions actually work across any ERC 721 token. So you could deposit any ERC 721 that you own into the vault. So it was actually pretty straightforward to add on the realm functionality. And now that we upgraded to a diamond. We're now a diamond, which also makes it really easy because adding the realm, you just add in another facet to the diamond. And so, you've already got the deposit function set up, and then you can just add in another facet that has whatever functionality you want. So, you could imagine long-term, talking about medium-term, long-term goals, you could imagine it, onboarding any kind of ERC 721 across, even across other games or other protocols.
No, that's awesome. In terms of your support today, and hold on, maybe, is it no futuristic? I think you could mute. There's a lot of clicking and keyboard sounds.
Sorry.
But Bearded, you were saying like the YGG that's just an example, right? Like multiple guilds are working together, are using the vault's contracts to more effectively manage their assets.
Yeah, I think we currently have, we're up to 37 guilds that are doing renting with the vault. The majority of them are these kind of small, I guess maybe half are these kind of small guilds that we get from Quest Gamers. Quest Gamers is kind of like a guild of guilds, so they have like maybe 15 sort of sub guilds. But yeah, we've got a lot of our favorite kind of local friends are using the vault. People like Meta Guild, YGG, Blackpool, Sushi Squad. Yeah, we've been very happy to partner with a lot of people, and we've been getting good feedback from them for how the play drop went. So we're excited to keep building.
Yeah,
The
that's
temples are wrong.
I do want to butt in here just real quick and just give a shout out there to the Gotchi Vault. Bearded, you guys took the Cheetah gauge vote for round 9. And that's a very substantial, very impressive. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, we were excited about that. And if anybody's following Dystopia Exchange, which is a new exchange that's coming out, we're trying to take their gauge vote also. So I think we're currently tied.
I think Aavegotchi themselves got a portion of that distribution as well, right? Jesse, do you know what Aavegotchi's plans are with Dystopia?
My radar here really recently is just because of what I heard the Vault was doing. So we've got to look into it more.
Cool. Yeah, March as the Vault does. I'm going to get Good Ghosting to do the same thing, I think, as well. Quite a few of our overlapping communities can probably galvanize behind this push. We could take over Dystopia as well.
I like the way it's framed. It's like, yeah, take over. But it really is, right? You got these different kind of liquidity battles. It's pretty cool. So I'm going to check back in on the other side, guys, and just make sure we're on quote-unquote schedule here. Make sure there's no issues at all, and hopefully we'll all be playing in the Gotchiverse here in 1 second.
So let me throw this out there real quick too, guys. So you guys may have heard of the Gotchi Cast, Gotchi Brothers. We do an open podcast event diving deeper into the community here inside the Gotchiverse. Last night's space went really well with Hefe and the group, and so I have some guests in mind that I want to put open calls out there to. And so Gotchi Emperor, we're hunting for Penrose, Rigo J. Mortis, Miguel Sanchez, user OX Default. I want to talk specifically whoever's in charge of VGG. So Bearded, if you want to point me that way. I've got the Portal Mages, Brills, and Hills. You guys need to get on the show. And then Young Abstract as well. That's plenty of episodes to start off with, but I have all of you guys on my mind. I want to get a little bit inside y'all's heads.
What's a
fire lineup?
You said VGG?
Yeah, Vault Gamers Guild. I'm starting to see that one floating around.
I think it's the Vault. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I guess they are. I've seen them as Vault Scholars Guild. Yeah, you can reach out to Al on Discord. He's
Right on. I'll hunt him down. What were you saying, No Future?
I was like, those are all fire interviews. If I might add, also add our Biculum to that list because he's a wealth of information.
On the list. Appreciate it.
So, what are you guys planning on doing when you first get in there? What's your first 5 minutes look like in the Gotchiverse once the land release is official?
I want to see how close my humbles are to the Great Portal legs. I'm going to check out my D1 inner walls.
Gonna hop from parcel to parcel, check it out. We all figured out where our parcels were on the map in relation to the information we have, but now we finally get to be put directly on it and teleport to those lands. So super excited to get to taking a look at, who's my neighbor, who I'm sharing space with, and all that good stuff.
I'm trying to just channel as fast as possible because I mean the faster you channel, the faster. Well, no,
Yeah.
I guess so. We passed this like once in 24 hours
Mm-hmm.
thing. I guess you actually. Oh, okay. So I guess you don't have to channel until like 11:59 UTC today, right?
I believe that's how I understand it. Yes.
All right. So maybe the move is to just run around, assuming that other people will be channeling as soon as possible, and just try to scoop up all of their spillover. That's the
There you go.
Yeah, that was my thought. Because it's like I have to put up at least, I have 22 gotchis that I have to all channel, and that means I also have to craft at least 22 altars, but I probably go through and try to do all of them while spectating what's happening and also being distracted by random spillover of Alchemica. So this is going to be an event. Oh, just once again, there won't be a type form today for XP. All you have to do is get your Gotchi into the Gotchiverse once they launch this updated UI. Bring each of your Gotchis in, and that on-chain transaction that's happening will be their indication for who to give XP to.
In the future, do you have any advice there? Is that going to be a time window thing, or is that going to kind of be the typical like 24 or 48 hour window of availability?
What do you mean for? Wait, I just completely blanked out. Say, what's the question?
If I jump in there with my gotchis like in 6 hours from today, you think they're still eligible for that XP?
Oh, they haven't said like what the time limit is. I assume it's like at least the time during this hangout, plus maybe a couple extra hours. They always extend it like a few hours after, especially when it's like stress test or Gotchiverse related.
Yeah, I think great question. We didn't address it. Yeah, we'll actually just any Gotchi that hops in the Gotchiverse in the first 24 hours of this gameplay release is good to go with the XP. So if you are looking to go to bed because it's 5 a.m. where you are and you've been up all night, you're okay to do that. You're just going to miss out on all the mayhem and fun that's about to go down. So yeah, we'll keep it open. Everybody, any XP for any Gotchi that shows up. And the way Gotchi lending is going, I guess just about all the available Gotchis will be all hands on deck, right?
Well, Zed's telling us it's open. Folks are chattering that they're hopping in.
Oh, is that right? Yep, that probably is just about right. Okay, it's open. Yes, we are live, friends. Go ahead, hop on into the Gotchiverse. Let's see what happens. It's happening.
Okay, I just gotta make sure my controller works, and then it's time to own some noobs. Ooh, I like this.
Yeah, we got our devs saying servers and consumers are deployed, waiting for API. Okay, API is deployed. Everything should be up. I mean, looks like No Futuristic. You're in the world right now, right? So it's real.
I'm in the world right now. It's showing a black background, but I see that you added this like build icon here, and then I'm just waiting now for the background to load.
Okay. Yeah, it's strange. The devs are telling me the API is not deployed yet, so there's still it's rolling out. But it shouldn't be a blocker. Gameplay is commencing. So I'm a little confused, but it seems that we are live.
Yeah.
Enough
So
of the
like-
info.
I really like that you can all the options that you have to drop in, right? You've got the 6. It looks like the 6 spots in D1, and then any of your parcels. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Hopefully everybody else enjoys it as well. You also have the spawn randomly button if you just don't want to waste any time thinking about it. Play a little roulette. Mike Callium, you got some parcels there to choose from. I see the screen you shared of your starting point select
Well,
screen.
man, the UI is just lovely, guys. Like, we'll work out all the details and everything, but at least in concept, great execution.
So it's so empty compared to the compared to the stress test.
Oh man, look at this.
Where is everybody?
Right, it's going to be a lot harder to find a friend now. You're not going to feel crowded at all. Room to stretch your legs.
So you said that there should be like a menu that pops up to allow me to choose which parcel to go to, correct?
Yeah, when you drop it, log in. Are you
that
already
didn't-
in?
I'm already in. Like, it just brought me in though.
Maybe you had to refresh.
All right, let me
Yeah, spawn
refresh.
bean should be before you go through the portal itself.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the spawn options either.
Maybe try a refresh. I refreshed and I was able to.
Yeah, that's interesting. You should see a spawn option for sure.
Oh, I found someone. Hello. Hello, friend.
Yeah, like I choose my Gotchi, we walk in, it's loading, and then still loading.
Yeah, you're already having a miss then. As soon as you choose the gacha, you should be getting spawn menu before you even go through the portal.
Yeah, because it just dropped me to District 20. I don't even know if I own it. Is there any way on the map to see where my parcels are?
I tried. I selected a different Gotchi and it brought up that screen for me. So maybe just try different Gotchi.
I actually refreshed. It worked the first time. I refreshed and then it didn't work. So I don't know.
Yeah, that is strange. I'm sure there's some caching issues going on, so it's probably related to some of that. But I'm gonna hop in myself and see if that happens to me. See if I can recreate the issue here.
Now, I did have a strategy question. So when we're putting our altars on the parcel, I have a lot that are next to a road. Should I be putting the altar as far away from the road as possible? Or is it just like always in the center of your parcel is the best option?
No, I think it's going to be up to you and thinking about what else you're going to build on it. So if you're anticipating, adding 6 harvesters in the near future, 3 reservoirs, some NFT display cases, if you end up having a longer term plan for that, but the truth is you can really place it anywhere you want. The spillover area is so massive that it's not going to matter to much extent whether you put in the center or the edge. Think more in terms of, do I want people to see this? Do I want it to be in a highly foot trafficked area in terms of attracting people or showing off something? I'll probably put my NFT display cases near the road, for example.
Okay, cool.
Gotchi Farmy asking about the density of this spillover, and yeah, there is a distribution. There's some math behind it, and there's kind of a spillover within the spillover. So within 100 Gotchis range, using 1 Aavegotchi as the measurement, within 100 Gotchis radius, you've got the kind of hot zone. This is where a certain percent of the total spillover will go, and that percentage increases as you level up your altar. So if you get all the way to level 29, you see more there, and really that's just an effect of the wider radius shrinking with each leveling up. So by the time you get to level 9, like 25% of the spillover is happening in that 100 Gotchi radius. The rest of it is in the wider radius. I can drop that map again, but it's all there at blog.aavegotchi.com. and kind of goes through all of that. So yeah, there is a bit of a concentration in the 100 Gotchi radius. That's I guess the short answer. The precise numbers, they do exist. I just don't have them super handy right now. But I will try to get some more details on how that works published soon. All right, looks like it's getting pretty quiet. I think everybody's in the Gotchiverse, roaming around. I see King Friendly is in the build mode. That's another new UI update, right? So he's actually, it looks like you're placing or choosing where to equip your altar. Looks like you might be on a spacious there, sir. Very, very nice.
So my realm just went down for maintenance.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, I saw Gotchi Mark pushed a notification that the realm is down. I'm sure they're working on something to make sure that we get back going as soon as possible.
Hope you get your channeling done.
Oh, there's always a bit of a few bumps on the takeoff, but that's
just in the meantime here. Can we speak a little bit about the sign in with Discord option? I saw that that's a new thing now that's available.
Yeah, that serves a couple purposes. Let's say you have good reputation in the community and in the Discord. Maybe you've earned some badges. You've been a member. We could look up your name and see you've been chatting and participating for 6 months or whatever. Then if you're able to link that to your account, it's going to help, basically help you if you get accused of being a bot, right? If the bot hunting algorithms think you're a bot, but you have this Discord link to your login, it's going to help dramatically to very quickly get you, proven to not be a bot and be able to play again. So that's one really nice part. Longer term, there's going to be a ton of cool like social features we can do to leverage on that, right? So it could in the Gotchiverse chat, it could link and show the same name that you have in the Discord, so everybody recognizes you right away. And you could do a lot of cool things with that over time. So I'm sure feature requests will come in and we'll prioritize the most popular ones.
Quick update, everyone in the chat right now. Coder Dan has mentioned to expect a slightly bumpy ride as this is an extremely alpha launch here. So let's be a little patient here as they are working extremely hard to get us back online here. So there will be updates shortly.
Yep. That was just a tease. That was just like a little taste of what's coming. So I guess the first impressions I heard was no futuristic going. I think it was you were saying, holy cow, this is really a large sprawling world now. We thought it was before, but it's just so much bigger now. And then in terms,
just
by the way,
crazy number of vortexes that you saw on the mini map. When I got to look at it, I was like, oh man, this is intense.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities to withdraw your loot bag to your wallet. So got to have those opportunities.
Man, shout out to Rudy. Somehow that sucker squeezed in there and got his freaking altars already placed.
Yeah, it seemed like you could mint altars for 0 Alchemica, and it was just letting me put any number. Would that have capped at how many properties I have in that wallet somehow?
Bug bounty in effect. Nice find.
They are
man,
free.
way to play.
They are free. For people there were a couple of people who asked, the alchemical altars are free. Place on your land.
Yeah,
Indeed.
but like you can just mint 1 million of them, or is it limited to how many properties you have?
Yeah, it's one per property, one per parcel.
That's the idea.
The regular altars are do not cost Alchemica to craft.
Okay, cool.
It's funny. I'm looking at the rental market. One thing you guys should probably pull down that little note that says the Gotchiverse play drop has ended, and say, "Hey, land release is live once it fully is live." But the other thing is for upfront rentals, there seems to be no rentals listed. So if you're doing 100% upfront, So I feel like everybody's trying to get that channeling in as quickly as possible when they do, and then get back to the rentals.
I'm renting right now. I'm renting. There's a lot of like 70 because I have more land. No futuristic. I think like you, I have more land than I have gotchis. I'm renting. If it's 0.1 ghost up front with like a 75% borrower split, like I think that's, I don't know, I haven't done the math. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's still a good deal for me.
If the kinship is over 500, it's a good deal.
That's the break even. It has to be over 500.
I haven't done the math. It depends on the price of Alchemic and everything. I was trying to go for over 500 kinship, and they all like literally vanished within 2 minutes.
I mean, 0.1 ghost is pretty low, right? That you would have to get. You would just have to make back more than 0.1 ghost.
Yeah, I was upping my threshold, and it was like the only ones left were 0.5 ghosts, and so that seems a little closer to what you would pool.
All right, friends. Looks like they're working diligently on the issues. I'm gonna try to bring up Pixelcraft game director Neon Kong. Let's see. There he is. Let's hear from Neon.
Hello.
Hey, you got the helium voice again. Love it.
Yeah, you've got the anti-helium voice.
Yeah, you two are like yin and yang right now. Well,
Yeah,
Neon, it's fine.
Exciting
You're
day,
coming.
everybody. Hasn't quite started yet, but it's going to be awesome.
Yeah. What are you seeing on your side? And what are you most? What do you think we haven't? If you've been listening, what have we not discussed that should be brought to everyone's attention?
Well, the last thing I heard was the vortex locations. There are 1 per district, and there were 9 before. So that's something to consider. But we're also increasing the size of the playfield significantly. So people will notice that. You'll want to find those vortex locations, whatever's closest to wherever you are. And you'll also notice, you should notice when you start, once this reopens again, you'll be able to spawn. You'll have a spawn screen that will allow you to pick from a few options, like spawn at a parcel you own or around the Great Portal area.
That's great. And people were commenting on the ability to choose which district they spawn in. And I think it was strange. Part of the rollout, many people were able to do it, but there were some of us who could not. Like, no futuristic, did you ever get it figured out, or were you still can't? I mean, it's not live now, but
When it was live, I refreshed a few times, and I even went back to app.gotchi.com, Gotchiverse itself, like re-entered it through another tab, and it never gave me the option of where to spawn. It did randomly spawn me, and as I checked some of my parcels, it spawned me in districts that I had parcels in. So I don't know if I was like near the parcel or on it. Just kind of like, it didn't really give me an indication.
Yeah, and that could just be an effect of you have parcels all over the Gotchiverse, sir.
So. Yeah, I think you have too many parcels. That's the issue here. It's user error.
There's no such thing. I don't have enough gotchis either, so I'm really unbalanced in this. So.
Yeah, you should be able to choose a specific parcel that you own to spawn on, or one of the corners, the 6 positions in District 1, and then it'll randomly pick from a few options within that to spawn you in those locations if you don't own a parcel, for example, or in that location, or don't own a parcel at all. Which, if that's the case, get on that.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day of crafting and then channeling. Friends, real quick, like Bearded and White Ranger, what do you think the going rate for over 700 or close to 700 kinship is for renting gotchis? What would you guess you would think the rental rate would be for something like that?
Mic check.
Hey, no
Man, you
feature. Can you repeat the question?
put him right on the spot.
I don't know. I was not paying attention. I have no idea if you were asking me, who you were asking, or what.
I was asking Bearded and White Ranger, but
Oh.
I'll pose the question to anyone who's willing to not leave me in silence. We were talking about kinship, rental of gotchi. So they're saying like a baseline of a 500 kinship gotchi, what that would rent for. So what do we think the premium on gotchis that are like 600 or 700 kinship or better? Because we have gotchis that are close to 1,000 point. I personally have 3 that are over 700. So I wonder what we would project the rentals would be for those gotchis, since you would get a much higher UBI.
And to be quite frank with you, I think that's something we found out in real time. Overall, I generally think that the rentals are lower than they should be, but I think that's something that will establish itself when we have some more information and some more people playing more consistently. So I don't have an answer for that, but I think it'll all work itself out once we start getting used to the UBIs and whatnot.
You know,
Mr.
just
calling it Tingos.
What's
season-
So there's like tiers, right? So like a 495 kinship gotchi, I think would be the same as a 301, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So basically, let's see here. I'm going to pull up the chart. Forgot which blog we're in here.
You know how your kinship score is a score, but there's also a word next to it, like, you know, you're chummy or you're friendly or whatever. But I see Caesar shared in the text chat, if your kinship is above 900, it's considered inseparable. So maybe we should take that and actually hardwire, make it, you know, have some meaning. We could just say, oh, if you're inseparable, you can't lend the gotchi. I don't think anybody will like that idea.
I was wrong. Everybody immediately pointed out that I was wrong.
Well, yeah, so you're referring to like a 201 being the same as a 499 with the same modifier, correct?
I'm looking at there's this formula. It's Alchemica channeling modifier equals the square root of
the square root. The fun math, but we do have a chart. So basically, the Alchemica received per channeling. So basically, the sweet spot, in my opinion, is 500. So you're between 200 and 500, you're moving up 1.16x. So from 100 to 200, you're only moving up 0.49 or 59x. So the sweet spot, you really start hitting that sweet spot at 500. And then obviously it's 500 to 1,000, so that gap gets even wider as well for kinship itself. So 501 is the same as a 499, or excuse me, a 999 after you hit that 500.
Yeah, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but there's only, remember, most of the spillover is going to the community around you. It remains to be seen how much you're actually going to pick up on the spillover. So really, you got to calculate based on the take home, the guaranteed take home, which is just the part of the channeling that's going straight to your wallet, which is by no means the whole spillover. So there's that.
Jesse, there might be a few hands raised. I saw in the community there was a couple of posts.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah.
So what you're saying of it is, I hope you like math.
Oh yeah, this is math heavy. Or you just go with your gut. You're just like, feels good.
Hey.
Let's get J to the V up here. Let's get Anthony up here.
Yeah, so just talking about the kinship, the amount you get from kinship, like 499 is essentially the same as 500. It's going to be a very slight difference. It's all a math equation. So, like 501, 502 is essentially the same as 499 or 498. Like there's no actual tiers. It's all just a math equation. The numbers that were given, the 200, 500, 1,000, those were just examples. But 499 and 500 are essentially the exact same thing.
Yeah,
I have a 934 Aavegotchi. Am I going?
Yeah, I mean 934 and 1,000 are. I mean, it's going to be slightly different, but it's essentially the same thing. Like you aren't going to get like a huge bonus once you get to 1,000.
So I should stop petting.
No, obviously not. But like I'm just saying, like you aren't like
Actually,
there's no huge penalty for not hitting 1,000.
Gotcha.
Yeah, actually,
That's
you
the quote I'm
bring up a
gonna
very
pull
good
right there.
point. It's really the multiplication or the square root of kinship divided by 50.
Yeah. So like every 12 hours you're petting, you'll get slightly more. So like every day you're petting, you get 2 extra kinship. You'll get slightly more than the day before. You don't need to get to an extra 500 or 1,000 tier to get more. You'll be getting slightly more every day.
moving along a curve instead of tiers. Appreciate the distinction.
I was going to talk about like bearded when the cost of your rentals. Do you guys kind of equivalate like the cost of Matic that it's actually costing to actually put those up and take them down? But you guys all have batch transfers, correct? So that doesn't pose any problem for you guys.
It's kind of, well, the more gotchis that you list, even if you're doing it in batches, it's still like almost linearly increases. So
Same with petting. I noticed that with petting, the more gotchis I have, the more it goes up. So
yeah. So we're sort of like kind of a rough estimate. We take, if there's an upfront cost, we take 0.05 ghost from the upfront cost for each transaction, and sometimes that ends up with us making more ghost than we're spending on gas. But like last week, whenever that was, when gas was just crazy high, we spent like 700 Matic in a day on gas, just trying to keep everybody's gotchis pet and keep them all listed and stuff. So
I think that's something that definitely has to keep track of for your taxes as well, because that's actually a large amount of Matic being burned.
Yeah, exactly. So so we're trying to keep everything, we're not trying to like make money off the gas fees, but at the same time it needs to be, the product needs to be something that's sustainable, that can just run. So yeah, I mean it's something that we keep an eye on, and if Matic gas prices go up regularly, we would have to adjust.
And to
That's
address
some real dedication right there.
To address the question
GM,
earlier
everyone.
about, to address the question earlier about renting a gotcha for 0.1 ghost with like 75% returns, or 25%, 75% for the renter, and if it had like 500 kinship or whatever, like if or 500 kinship gotchi at this point would get about, like including like it would get about 9 ghost worth of Alchemica minus 50% for spillage, so about like 450 or so. So paying 0.1 ghosts for a 75%, I mean 75% of 4.5 is like what, 4? So you'd be making like 3 to 4 ghosts on a 0.1 ghost.
Not bad.
So that's too low, huh? So that's too low.
Yeah. So like
That's criminally low.
Yeah. So like most people, I think, except for like certain people with a shit ton of gotchis, are going to just be channeling themselves, or the like, or you're going to have like 10% for the player, and all they're going to do is channel and then log off and find a new gotchi with a higher percent to actually farm on.
I'm gonna rent all of the Volt's gotchis now.
I think especially once the players can drop into the owners, when the renters can drop into the owners' parcels, the amount of time that it will take the players to do the channeling is pretty much negligible, right? Because you'll just drop in, channel.
Yeah, it would take as much time to rent out your gotchi as it would to
right. So the amount of time, I think the rentals for that for that use case, the rental percentages should flip from what we've been seeing, because before you were doing this very time-intensive thing of running around, grinding, trying to collect all the Alchemica, which takes a long time, and so you deserve to be compensated for that time, right? Now you're doing the scholars will be doing a very low time-intensive thing of just dropping in and
like I can't imagine someone like lending out their Gotchi for more, like that still can be channeled for more than like 20%. And even 20% seems high to me. It's, well, assuming the kinship is at a decent level. But
I think what we'll see is we'll probably see two different like tiers or categories of lending listings, right? You'll have the Aavegotchis that have already channeled for the day, or their owner maybe just doesn't have a land parcel, and those they might list at a very high borrower percentage, right? Because you'll still be able to run around as a scholar, you'll still be able to run around and scoop up Alchemica. And if you're solely doing that, obviously you should get a much higher percentage since it's so time intensive. So I think we'll see
that means that money goes up, right? So, they get even more than what he was saying, right?
Yeah, so if the Gotchi is already channeled, then I imagine the percentages are going to be similar to what they used to be, like 70%, give or take. But if the Gotchi hasn't channeled, then it's going to be like 10 to 20%, or a high upfront cost.
Yeah,
like high upfront cost is like 8 ghosts or something like that, 9 ghosts, 10 ghosts, because then you could do 100% Gotchi for like 10 ghosts or 9 ghosts, assuming like 500 kinship. And then you would still you would break even on the channeling, and then, or actually no, because of the split. So it'd be like 5 or 6 ghosts, but you'd break even on the channeling, and then you could still play the 100% Gotchi for however long.
Yeah, and I think if you're a renter, you're going to want to list those for like a 30-minute rental period, right? Because you want the renter to drop in, channel, and then have the rental be over, so that for the next 23 hours or whatever, you can rent it as basically a grinder Gotchi, where they're just
Yeah, but I mean in theory, but then if you're doing that, that means you have to rent it out. You have to put up 2 listings, right? You have to put up a listing for the amount for the channeling, and then another listing for someone else to run around and collect on. And at that point, it's just as much work to just collect it yourself.
Do you think
not if you're auditing it.
We are back up, it looks like, guys.
Do you think just listing?
We're back up again. Sick. Let's do it.
Yeah, guys, the land parcel should be active now. I'm relaying that straight from the boiler room. So if you log in and can get in, great. If not, just literally probably a refresh away. It's shipping as we speak.
It works.
Definitely refresh your browser.
It didn't work for me last time, but my Gotchi is still invisible though.
Let's see if more folks are getting the spawn location menu as well.
Yeah, that was one of the things they just pushed.
Do you guys think just doing one rental for every 24 hours to kind of give both of those equations kind of time to work out?
I mean, that's obviously up to you. I mean, if I had a decent, if I had less than 100 Gotchis, I would just do it myself, and then I don't know.
Guys, real quick, are there sub districts in D1? I'm seeing the 1F, 1E as I'm walking around here.
Yeah, so that's the different neighborhoods. Yeah, because District 1 is 6, the equivalent of 6 normal sized districts. So yeah, you may see a label there to make it more clear which one you're in. So each of those has one spawn point. Each of those neighborhoods.
For anyone joining us in the chat right now, I created a little thread on Twitter about what's going on today with the altars and channeling. So here, I'm going to drop it right now. If you can have a look, maybe share with some people, give it a like. And I think I just used some of the images from the article and just kind of did a little summary of what you can expect for today. So I'll just throw that out there.
Absolutely.
And then I'll be live. I'm live streaming as well right now. So you can watch on Twitter and my channel on Aavegotchi Pacific chapter. That's YouTube.
Oh, nice. Aavegotchi Pacific chapter. This event is getting lots of coverage on multiple channels. This is awesome. Super, super cool. And I think that I've seen your writing in the past that you always document things very well. So I'll be hopping in to read that in a minute and share it with people. Neon Kong, now that we're live, you saw some comments about like the district and the different sizes. I think that's definitely your wheelhouse. Do you want to comment on any of that?
Sure. So as Golden Cross mentioned, District 1 is the largest district. All the other ones are the same size. The unit of measurement for all districts is called a hood. Think of it like a grid square. And District 1 is 6 of those. And in the Citadel, all of the other ones are one hood. So you can think of it, you can call everything a district, but when you want to refer to District 1, there's parts of that district or individual hoods. When we expand outside of the Citadel to the grid, there may very well be larger groupings of these hoods, similar to District 1, maybe not as big. So that's why we have that unit of measurement. And that's why you see 1A through 1F. That's literally just the 6 parts of District 1.
Guys, it breaks my heart, but I got work day, so I'm going to jump out of here. Congratulations again to the team, the community, everybody. It's just looking great. Just keep up the good work. Looking forward to all the developments.
Right on. Thanks for joining. Have a great day.
Have a good one.
I'm happy to say I have a golden tile laid down, and now the altar is being crafted on my District 1 humble parcel. I'm standing at it. And while you guys were talking, I rented like 6 or 7 gotchis that were like between 300 and 500 kinship, 70% split for like 0.1, 0.2 ghost. So you guys were talking that strategy, and I'm like, hey, that's a really good idea since no one can channel, and you know it's going to be a decent return, so I might as well take advantage of that.
Is anybody taking a look at the cost of gas right now? I was just wondering because I was thinking about just kind of waiting a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little high.
Like 3 Matic.
Yeah, I paid 0.47 Matic to lay down the tile, and then I think 0.36 Matic for the crafting of the altar.
Yeah, when Matic's worth $10, that'll be, you know, a look back, or $30. That'll be a look back in time.
Actually, I have a question about that. Can you lay a tile down under an installation, or does the tile have to be put on first?
You should be able to do it in any order.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so
think of it. Go ahead.
As far as picking up the tile, that's something you're eventually going to be able to do, but I don't think it's live today. So you have to be happy and excited about where you place your parcels, installations, and tiles, at least for now. The ability to rearrange both your tiles and installations is something that's going to be possible, but it's not part of what we're shipping right now today.
I have to say, I'm so proud to be able to sit here. I'm on top of a golden tile on my District 1 parcel with the altar on it. And now I'm just going to go to the next one and the next one and just slowly put all of the altars on them. How long do you think until channeling is ready?
Yeah, I think pretty quickly here. I'm actually double checking with the devs on what the timeline is for that. But yeah, it gives us some time, I guess, to get set up, make our installations, and start working on the parcels. But yeah, hopefully we can get some insight into that here very shortly.
The golden tiles are so sick. They're gonna be. It's gonna be such a. I feel like people have been sleeping on the golden tiles. It's gonna be such a good flex play, like a year, 2 years down the road, when there's when everybody's out in like the rest of the world on their like just boring ass tiles, and all the OGs have these sick gold tiles.
It's my goal to get 32, grind out 32 of these golden tiles over the next little bit, and have a fully solid gold spacious parcel.
Yeah, that's my goal too. I bought 100 of each of the first 2. And I'm planning to do the same for the golden tile 3, and just have my whole estate. I've got 3 spacious in a row, Just gonna have it all decked out. It's all gold.
Yeah, the cost of Alchemica has really skyrocketed lately.
I actually need to buy more alpha for these.
Yeah, Alpha is going to probably skyrocket more.
Yeah, the last few social releases dropped so much alpha because all the recipes currently are the alpha heavy recipes, but it's still not enough. So there's
think-
that challenge.
Do you think we'll see some other, like, some keck heavy recipes coming up in the future, or some FOMO heavy recipes? Just wondering.
Yeah, I think it has a kind of predictable formula where like different. I think it's all the harvesting, the farming ones. Those are really heavy in FUD, right? And then if you're more social, it's more like FOMO. And if it's more like magical channeling, that kind of stuff, it's the alpha, something like that. So there's a method to the madness. And then as different types of things start getting pushed, you'll see different recipes with different primary recipe ingredients.
Quick question. I think this seems right, but I'm in the Gotchiverse and I crafted an altar. And then I thought about it, like, can I craft another altar with the same Gotchi? Like, if I have 56 parcels, can I sit here with this one Gotchi, craft all 56 of them, and then move after then from parcel to parcel, placing them? Or do I have to do it like one at a time, place it, go to the next parcel, craft, place it?
I just crafted 50 of the parcels in one go.
Oh crap! I didn't know you could do that. All right, yeah. Let's. Okay, I'm just gonna do this the easy way now.
Yeah. Might as well just craft everything you need up front and then just figure out where you want to equip it.
You can just make it all at once, 39 of them, and it's only one gas fee. Will that go up like the other stuff?
Oh yeah, now it's quoting me 2.35 Matic to do 50 altars.
It seems better than just doing them one at a time, though. That does seem like a little better, a lot better. Actually.
Yeah, it should be, because it's an ERC 1155, so it's not actually like minting new NFTs.
Is that like a Mudgeon Diamond?
What's that?
Is
Yeah,
that
no, it's just the ERC. So a regular NFT is an ERC 721. Each one of those is its own token, and it's got, each one has its own metadata. An ERC 1155 is basically, it's more like an ERC 20. It's just a ledger, right? So when you craft 50 ERC 1155s, it's not like minting new ERC 1155. It's just saying, okay, Bearded's balance for his altars is now 50. So it's much less gas intensive than having to do like 50 transactions. But when you do batch listings, the reason that's so gas intensive is because on the back end, it's actually doing that transaction, like 50 times or however many you're doing.
Yeah, with Matic at like 66 cents, 2.5, Matic is nothing for me. Especially if I'm running around with like a Gotchi that's like, $10,000 or something like that.
Yeah, I just picked up some Matic last night in anticipation that we're going to be burning a lot of Matic now. Because, with us, the gameplay doesn't stop. Like, I'll spend the Matic if it's, like you said, that cheap, just so I can keep playing.
That's the thing. I mean, at this point, if you're buying Matic for gas, you don't really care if the price goes up or down, right? You're gonna use it in the future.
Yeah, especially if you're channeling, you're making like 3 ghosts a day. That's intense. Like you can, the Matic is worth it.
Bullish.
You can always just buy it back, right?
Ben Lagan is now Ben Crafton. I like it. Looking good. I'm still double checking on the channeling when that will get shipped. So right now we cannot channel. I see that question coming up a lot. We'll be channeling in the near future here. So in the meantime, you can explore the world and strategize on how you equip things. Also, fair notice, most who have taken the time to decide to craft golden altars already know, once you equip an installation on a parcel, so in this case, a golden altar, you're not able to separate them, right? They're kind of melded together. In the future, we'll have a release. You can rearrange it on top of the parcel. You can change your kind of placement, but it's going to always be part of that parcel. So only choose to place or equip your golden altars if you're sure that's the strategy you want to go with, and it's going to be interesting to see some very special altars versus parcels versus others that are just normal altars.
You can move it, you just can't. You can move it within the same parcel. You just can't take it out to a different parcel.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. You're basically combining two NFTs in that sense. A bit of a binding action.
I think a lot of people are still experiencing issues with like being invisible too. I know I haven't been able to see my Gotchi yet today.
It seems somebody posted the suggestion to go to settings, and the second option there, what is that? I can't even read the screen. But animate player. There seems to be some bug with that. So if you flip the switch on animate player, it might take care of the problem.
Okay, I'll try it out and let you know.
Cool.
Okay, I had it on. I had it off, sorry, and I turned it on, and it works now. So there you go. I wonder if I can turn it off again, and would it work?
I'm starting to feel very protective of my land. I just like chased a whole bunch of people off the spacious that I'm on. Like it's like some grumpy old man, like, get off my porch.
Gotta get those high fences up.
Yep, get some different builds going on the defensive side. Maybe a scarecrow. Maybe we could craft a sign that says "Get off my lawn."
Okay, so update. I had it off, turned it on, and I was able to see myself. Then I tried turning it off again, and I wasn't able to see myself. So I guess you need to have animate player on right now to be able to see yourself if anyone else is having the same issue.
Really quickly, while we're waiting, I just threw up a tweet into the chat. If you go in, retweet this tweet, I'm going to give 5 people a drop ticket like within the next 20 minutes. So all you have to do is just retweet that tweet. It says, "Gotchi gang, let's go," or "Let's get it," and we'll do a quick like Twitter giveaway.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like you're kind of like that layer 1, layer 2 you were talking about, Jesse. So the Gotchi's kind of like looks like it's running around underneath the altar.
It could just be a collisions bug if you're actually able to walk through your altar, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I think most of us have been seeing the same thing. You can walk over your tile, but under the altar.
Yeah, that'll get fixed for sure. It's all collisions, so yeah, we'll have to figure that out. And there's this concept of when you equip an installation, that's an on-chain transaction. So kind of think about withdrawals at the Vortex, how we had a queuing system for that. There's actually a queue for equipping items. And because we're all equipping right now at the same time, there's actually a bit of a queue for these equips. So we'll see what happens once the term they're using is solid. Once your installation is solidified on the parcel, that means it's through the queue, it's totally processed. Maybe we'll have collisions at that point, maybe not. And also, there's no way we'd be channeling until it's solid state on the parcel. So a couple of things in motion here, and we're kind of observing and seeing if there's other things that might need to be updated. interesting problems to solve.
Just a quick comment on the scale. I've been jumping into my properties and putting altars down. There's about 2,300 people online, and I've seen 0. So, pretty interesting.
It's a big old crazy world. That's pretty epic. Totally different than the play drop gameplay mode, right? Here you're going to be peacefully gardening and channeling and harvesting on your parcel, but it'll fill in.
Real quickly, if you're retweeting, don't quote retweet, because for some reason the app that I use does not count quote retweets. So just a plain retweet will be best for the giveaway.
Good point. I just retweeted myself. I like that cute little ghost animation you got going there on Twitter.
Yeah, that one's new because I usually dancing, and I saw this one yesterday, and I was like, that's kind of cute. I just wish it kind of looks like Aavegotchi. I just wish we could take off whatever it's on its head to give it more of a like gotchi kind of look.
This is interesting, and I'm guessing this is the same queue thing. When I put down an altar, and then I left, and I came back to I refreshed and came back to the same parcel, and it was not, the altar wasn't there, but when I tried to place another altar on the spot where I had placed it, it showed up like the altar turned red, which I assume means that that you're not able to build something there. So it seems like there is some kind of delay, I guess, that you're placing it on chain, but maybe the user interface is like catching up to figure out where everything is.
Yeah, it's part of that queue that Jesse mentioned. That's correct.
I will say this, Arcor just shared that image of the ghost going under, the gotchi going under the installation, and it's a good thing our Aavegotchis are all actually ghosts, because it actually looks pretty good, very ghost-like. Kind of liking it.
Yeah,
Not the worst.
that's a result of a hierarchy bug, because there's a display control of what should be displayed on top of what. So that's good that we've seen that, so we can address that ghosting issue.
In terms of everyone here on the call, what districts are you currently in right now? Let's do a district shout out. I mean, we said it's such a big world, but where are we all at, friends?
I'm in District 1.
I'm in
D1,
District
D1.
11.
Nice.
Right now I'm in 22, but I'm moving fast, trying to lay down all my altars.
Yeah, I was in District 28, but I am also jumping from parcel to parcel so that I can put the altars. Although on this one, I am waiting to see what this queue thing is like, because it's placing the altar, but it's it hasn't been placed yet.
Definitely an alpha thing. It's definitely an alpha thing to have all this stuff happen at once today, to see where it's going to be in the future.
I think we all know this intuitively, but I just checked on Polygon Scan, and we are the top user of Matic in the last 5 minutes.
Oh, I bet. That's pretty epic, though. It's always kind of a good thing, kind of a bad thing, right? So
Publicity is good publicity sometimes, and when you're the top user of gas on Matic, it usually means you're doing something.
yeah, especially when it's not bots. We're all actually humans doing it, so it's pretty cool in that sense.
Absolutely. There's really no reason for bots to even be in here right now unless, whoever's putting them up actually thinks that everything's going already.
Yeah, the bots aren't going to have a very good time today. They would be pretty confused.
I wish we could kill the bots. Like if you see one with red, you could just shoot them.
Yeah, that's
Curious to find out.
Sorry, I was going to say that is a kind of good self-curation, community curation method. Just like bot identified, fire at will.
Unless
I'm curious to find out who is going to be the first one to channel their Alchemica. Really curious to know who's going to get there first. I guess it's kind of a race, isn't it?
Yeah, especially we don't know exactly when the channeling is going to hit. It is planned for this release.
Do you think it'll be staggered because of the queue, Jesse?
I think it'll be available to any altar that is quote unquote solid. So it's already through the queue. Then any solid, already processed and confirmed altar.
So the queue's going to kind of delay it from all happening at once. It'll kind of happen staggered as you guys get them laid down.
Yeah, probably. We'll see how the next few minutes play out because things are going through the queue right now and solidifying, and channeling's not live yet. So there's that.
I mean, personally, I'm not channeling when gas is at 600. I'm gonna wait a bit. There's no rush now that there's a 24-hour window to do it rather than like it resets when you do it, which is definitely the better way.
Yep, totally.
Now we just got to get petting on that same kind of schedule.
Yeah, if you do your first channeling at like 3 a.m., that might not be good.
Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah, I had a question. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
what's up, Curly Fry?
So I was trying to build on a parcel that is listed on the bazaar, and it was not letting me build on it. Is that kind of like equipping a wearable on an Aavegotchi that's on the bazaar?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So
Please?
I was trying to equip an installation on a parcel, but it's listed on the bazaar, and it wasn't letting me build. Is that similar to how when an Aavegotchi is listed on the bazaar, that you aren't allowed to equip wearables?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Let me check.
Yeah, Hot Curly, is it telling you that it's locked?
So on the other parcels that I am able to spawn at, the parcel is pink. The parcel that I spawned at that was listed on the bazaar, it was still blue. Like it wasn't a parcel that I owned, but it spawned me there. It wouldn't let me build.
Yeah, but there's no prompt saying that it's locked or anything. Like if you were to equip something to or try to equip something to a Gotchi that's listed on the bazaar.
No, it just says that you can't build here.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, Kong will definitely find out that answer. I am also not quite sure what the answer is for that one.
Right on, I appreciate it.
By the way, congratulations on that land parcel win.
Hey, thanks so much. That was super excited. I was not expecting to win that. Really appreciate it.
It's a pretty fun experience to be able to have everybody involved with it. So I love doing those giveaways, and it's pretty cool when I get to see the excitement like for yourself.
Yeah, you see the giveaways all the time online, and you you never really know if it's true or not. It seems like they're saying they're giving stuff away, but then you never really
does it actually
know if they
go
actually
through?
get them. So
Right.
yeah, they actually get them.
Hey guys, quick message. I've got to hop off for a quick call related to other Gotchiverse goodness. But I hopefully can rejoin here in about 15, 20 minutes. So big love, everybody. Super excited for this launch. The bugs are being worked out as we speak, and channeling is still on the menu. So stand by for that. And yeah, can't believe we're here, fam. This is awesome.
Update on that parcel build situation. So I did remove it from the bazaar, and it is now pink again, and I can build on it. So it must just be similar to an Aavegotchi where you can't equip a wearable while it's listed. So because you're changing an NFT on chain.
Yeah, that was my initial hunch is that it was locked, but you just don't get that prompt like you do for if you have a Gotchi. Like if you were trying to lend out a Gotchi that's listed on the bazaar, it'll give you a prompt saying that you can't because it's locked. But there isn't that prompt on the land parcel yet.
Which makes sense, right? Because, well, it doesn't make sense that you wouldn't have the prompt, but it makes sense that you wouldn't be able to build, or we wouldn't want people removing tiles after they've already listed the bazaar.
Yeah, they can add them after listing, but not remove them.
Right.
I could tell I'm going to be doing this all day. I still have to. I'm going to put all the altars on. I'm just double checking to make sure the ones I put have actually went through, and then I'm going to have to channel. So this is going to be a long day.
I'm definitely seeing the benefit, at least for building, and I guess when we empty harvesters, I'm definitely seeing the benefit of having all your land close to each other, right? Because for building, right now I'm in a patch of my parcels that are all near each other, and without having to log out and then log back in, I can just kind of run from one to the other. But why am I stuck?
So do we know if you can build on your parcels with a rented Gotchi? Or do you have to own the Gotchi?
You would be able to. You would be able to. There's actually no, like, on chain for building and stuff, there's actually no requirement. Like the Gotchi is not involved in the on-chain transaction. You just need to get up to your parcel in the game so that it'll trigger the on-chain transaction for you.
Yeah, I think it's just like spawning me in a weird spot, maybe. Yeah, okay, I think I got it.
Hefe, have you laid down any golden tiles yet?
I actually haven't even looked at my parcels yet. I'm actually helping out Master Yin right now with his for the 8-Bit Gamers Guild, setting up their plots, because they have like, I don't know, like 20 spacious parcels, and like all these other parcels, just setting up the altars and then doing some channeling on them today. And then once I have all my Alchemica, my cut, I'm going to take that over to my parcels, and then I'll start working on them probably later today.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day. I feel like it's going to be a long day.
I feel like we're like the pioneers. Like we just got off the ship, and now we're like, all right, let's get to work. Let's start sawing some trees down here and start building a lodge and a cabin and whatever, and
Thank goodness.
just getting into our element.
Thank goodness it's a Gotchiverse, which has air, so we got off the ship and we can breathe.
Yeah, exactly. It's relief. Followed
Yeah,
by
it seems to be
excitement.
running smooth now. Like there's a new animation for when I put down the installation, and like I just placed the altar like 30 seconds ago, and it's done. So that's kind of cool. I got the confirmation that it went. So I'm gonna just keep going through and doing them one by one. I will say on the front page though, there's like this weird bug. I have 28 gotchis now, but it's only letting me see the first 12. Like the other 16, I can't scroll down to for some reason.
First world problems. Yeah, I'll note that in our bugs channel.
It's crazy how big these districts are. Like I'm just trying to get used to the scale of everything, and I'm like, dang, like we have how many players in the Gotchiverse right now? Like over 2,000, and it's like not nearly as dense. It's vast. I mean, it's gonna be a while before I think we get back to that liveliness that we had before. I think there's going to be more localized events. You're going to have to go to a specific area, specific district, or specific parcel to gather with everybody and coordinate. It's going to be important. I believe for our guild today, we got some scholars on standby. They'll just be hanging out in our district, and they'll be picking up loose alchemica. I think that's the deal today. Are you guys working together with any other scholars for, helping you pick up alchemica and whatnot once you start channeling?
Mine are kind of all on standby. I'm streaming to Twitch right now, and they're kind of watching me put the altars in. I was going to do that first round of channeling and then hand them all over to those guys to do the farming.
Yeah, that's a great strategy. Are you going to get your scholars to do the channeling as well, or are they going to be standing by just collecting the loose spillover?
I mean, that all is dependent on my life and schedule and everything, and then, their availability and the kind of ratios that they want. I mean, I would assume eventually we'll collectively come to some type of balance for maximized returns for all of us.
Yeah, exactly. There's going to be some experimentation that has to happen and, to find that right balance, like you said. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how the splits change up, moving forward.
Well, I mean, we've already seen a huge shift just in lending in less than 2 hours. So.
Has anybody dropped in? I just dropped into the what is this, like Dow Square or Pixelcraft Square, where they have all the Pac-Man ghosts. They're pretty cool. They're giant. Here, I'll drop a picture. They're so big, these Pac-Man ghosts. They didn't sell a lot of the parcels out here, right? Out in the Pixelcraft Square.
No.
Oh yeah,
none
these
of
winners
those.
these go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say the Pixelcraft Square district and the Dow, basically Pixelcraft Square and Dow Square, don't have any and haven't had any parcels for sale.
There
So
were a
there's
few. There were a few for sale in whatever this is, Pixelcraft Square.
Yeah, I own one in
one.
District 27 that is listed for 250,000 ghosts on the.
Oh, my bad. I'm the one who set those up for sale. I should remember that information, but I guess I dumped it. Yeah, the majority of them are not available. Those are the only two, other than in District 1, that have a lot for potential future availability. Beyond the future land sales we'll obviously have.
I'm hearing that some people aren't getting any out when channeling. Do you know if we can upgrade the altars without any issue right now?
I don't think channeling's live yet, right?
I mean, some people have tried and they said they got nothing. Like if you can do it, like all you have to do is like go over your altar and click on it and then hit E, and you can channel. You just don't get anything out of it. So I mean, it's live, but it's not working. But my question was like, is upgrading the altars working though?
Have you tried it?
No, I mean, I don't want to try it and like lose all my alg or something, you know, like I'd rather ask and ask first then try it.
Yeah. I let me check. I would assume that whatever you spend is not going to get lost, but let me confirm that.
Like the option is there. Like I can enter build mode, click on the altar and hit upgrade. And then like it's like the option is there, but I just don't want to try it without like confirmation that it should work.
I will say it is nice to be able to see what my plots look like. Like I forgot that I own this humble that is right next to a big like FOMO field. It's like, oh yeah, that's cool. Like the context that we get for actually the parcel and the altar on it. Real quickly, because I see people asking questions on my YouTube. The drop is scheduled to happen. They're just working on it. The drop is through channeling, so we just have to wait until the channeling's ready. But that should happen soon. So just be patient.
Yeah, so an update on that. You should get tokens now for channeling, and Coder Dan just ran an upgrade. So you should be able to channel and upgrade now, according to Dev. So some people may experience delays, but it should be working.
When we walk up to an altar to channel, is there like a button we press or like engage?
You have to like click on it and then hit E.
Okay, I see. So I'm gonna do my first channel then. Let's make this happen. Somebody landed on my parcel. I don't like that. Get away. Can I walk up to my... Okay, I'm at my altar, but I can't... There doesn't seem to be anything I can do with it. Oh, I have to click on it.
Did you click on it?
Oh, I see now. Uh-oh, here we go. I don't like that this guy's standing right next to me in my altar, like as I'm praying. I think that's a little, that's rude. Let me pray in
What
peace.
district are you in? We should come. I'll come get your spillage.
Oh no, I'm in District 1 actually.
That's a mistake. That's a mistake, man. You got to channel as far away from everybody else as possible.
Yeah, I know. It's ironic that we're trying to breed, community spirit and friendship and family, and now everybody's like, get away from me.
So you hear people talking about people spawning on their parcels. If you have, like, in the future, if you have walls, like, boarding it off, will people not be able to spawn on your parcel then?
Yeah, theoretically, the way it should be working is spawning should only occur outside of a parcel unless you specifically or explicitly select your parcel to spawn in which case it should spawn you in a parcel. But
so the spawning's bugged right now then, I guess, to some extent?
Let me check, because it may be the case that distinction isn't implemented yet, in which case technically it's not a bug, but it is for you as a player, because you don't want that to happen. So let me confirm.
Not a bug, it's a feature.
Not a feature.
Okay, I just got an update. Upgrading is not live yet, so my apologies for that. However, if you did spend, I don't think you will lose what you spend, but hold off on doing any upgrading until I get confirmation on that.
So is there a delay? I channeled and I went in and I see on on Polygon Scan that I received half of the Alchemica. Is there a delay in when the spillover and when that's dropping, or is that not live now? Because I didn't see anything pop up in the world.
Coder Dan has asked about the spillover working. And so we'll update you once we get a word on that. In terms of spending on upgrading, one of our dev team members said they weren't able to spend, it got reverted. So if you did spend, you should get the money back until it's actually working properly.
Okay, I'm a channel with my Gotchi that's a 700 now, so I want to just get a baseline. I have 4.18 KEK, 44 alpha in this wallet, so we'll see. Let's go.
I can tell you exactly how much algae you should get. You should get 3
No,
points.
don't. I want the magic, not the math.
Spoilers.
I see that somebody asked if anybody has successfully channeled. I believe I channeled, but I had Alchemica in that wallet race. I have a count, so this channel should tell me. It just said it was successful, so we'll see.
I channeled, but there's no nothing shows up. Nothing shows up in the world.
I just got another 4 KEK, another 10 alpha in this wallet, so I did receive channeling.
Yeah, so one of the reasons why a lot of people might be confused is because you won't see the Alchemica you get in game like you would have when you picked up Alchemica during the play drop. It'll go directly to your wallet. So maybe that could be why people were confused before.
Will it show in the activity log in your wallet? Because I just channeled, and the last activity I have is from April 22nd.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I just know like that it should just go directly to your wallet because you're actually paying a gas fee. It's not like one of these things where they're sending it to you.
Unless I think if you're a renter, it'll go to your Gotchi's pocket, right?
I'm testing that out right now with one of the 300 kinship gotchis that I rented for 0.2 ghost up front. I just channeled. So we'll see. Okay, it went through. So now I have how much kek? I'm up to 10.277 kek. So I got another 2.
Okay, so
This
that's
one that we're channeling.
This is actually something that maybe needs to be updated. I just channeled with a rented Gotchi and it all went to me directly to my wallet. I guess it does not, for renters, it doesn't work the way that you would expect it to.
What do you mean? It works differently than if you channel with your own Gotchi?
No, it works the same as if you channel with your own Gotchi. So for the play drop, so like if you just pick up Alchemica on the surface, right? If you're and then you go to exit through one of the portals or whatever. If you're playing with your own Gotchi, it goes straight to your wallet. If you're playing with a rented Gotchi, it goes to the Gotchi's pocket, and then when the rental is over, it divvies it up based on the percentage splits.
Yeah.
What I'm seeing is that if you channel with a rented Gotchi, it works exactly the same as if you channel with your own Gotchi, which means that the lender is not getting anything. It's 100% going to the borrower.
Are you sure it's not being split automatically? Like, did you do the math and like you got 100% rather than whatever the split was supposed to be?
I mean, I just went and looked at the channeling transaction, and it all.
Well, how much did you get, and what's the kinship? I could do the math on it.
Ooh, kinship. Let's see. I don't know. It's a rental. So he's kinship 297, and it looks like it was a total of 4.86 CAC split. 50% of that went to my wallet, 50% went to the realm address.
Yeah, so you got 2.44 or so.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and it wasn't 100% split. Like
no, it was like a 70% split.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's messed up. You got 100%.
Right.
Oof.
That's coming from the contract. It's not right because the contract doesn't differentiate between.
I mean, there was a chance that like the split happened automatically and the owner got their 30% or whatever it was, but it doesn't sound like that happened.
Right.
So an update. While the devs are hard at work, channeling, spillover, and upgrading are confirmed. You should not rely on those. So if any of you have been able to do them, you're lucky, but apparently it's safer to assume that they are not clear yet. So apologies.
Did you hear what we were talking about just before your announcement?
I've been multitasking. I didn't parse what you were saying. What did you say?
There doesn't seem to be in the. I have to go back and look at the smart contract again. There doesn't seem to be a renter owner split of channeled Alchemica for borrowed Gotchis. I channeled with a rented Gotchi and got like 100% of what I should have gotten. Like it did the 50-50 spillover split, and I got all of the remainder instead of the 70% that I should have gotten.
Okay, good point. I've listed that in our Bugs channel. Yeah, just thanks for everybody's patience. I know this is frustrating. You'd all anticipated a while ago being able to do this stuff. Definitely the devs are doing their best to work through this stuff, and it'll happen. It's just going to take a hot minute. So thanks for your patience.
I think a lot of us are viewing this as like it's really another stress test of these new features. So
yeah, there's definitely stress involved. But yeah, it is. That's a great attitude to take. This is very much raw, so we'll work through it.
Okay, I guess while we wait, I'll pick the those drop tickets I'm going to give away. So let me just go back to Absordios. I'm going to grab the tweet, copy the link. You'll be able to see it on my stream right now. Okay, I'm going to pick 10 winners of the 117 participants. I'm going to pick 10 winners. Each will get one drop ticket. We'll pick 2 substitutes just in case people do not claim. And we'll call this drop ticks for funsies. Cool. So I'm going to start it now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool. All right. So the winners, I'll take a picture and drop Discord. Send me a DM with your address, and I'll send you a drop taking part.
Yeah, there's some familiar faces in your winners list there. You got ricktony.eth, crypto 81992435, which I think is NFT addiction helpline. Musashi also won one as well. Yeah, congratulations.
Congrats.
I'm walking around the Gotchiverse taking pictures with everybody building, and they keep thinking I'm trying to jack them or something.
I'm walking around in like District 10, District 11, and I haven't seen anybody. I mean, I've seen maybe one Gotchi. What's District 1 looking like? Is anybody in District 1?
Oh yeah, there's people everywhere.
I feel like that's going to be the hot spot to go to for a while.
Yeah, wait till we expose the Great Portal area. That's looking super awesome, by the way. Not that you can see anything because it's faded out in black, but that'll be quite a sight. So no real updates from the devs. I mean, everybody's hard at work on stuff. Definitely This is a stress test in action. But we'll update you as we can with the biggest fish. There's a lot of issues people have uncovered, so thanks for your participation and contribution and communication. To address the comment about or comments about the size of this place, yeah, it's epically huge. Like, pick the biggest city you've ever been in, and then like make it bigger, and that's about what it's going to feel like. And what you can likely expect is if people aren't running around collecting Alchemica, they're going to be hanging out at their parcels, which means there's going to be less movement, which means basically you're not going to encounter as many people until the user base starts filling up with more players. So in some senses, that's a good thing, because if you're looking to either collect the Alchemica or get the spillover or focus on your farming or just socializing with select people that you're intentionally congregating with, that should all work out well. But in terms of like traffic of more people to just feel like it's more alive with other players, that is definitely going to take time.
Something I've wondered, you know, you're talking about the first, the portal design and everything. You have these colorful rings that extend out from the portal. Is there any alpha around, you know, maybe is there some utility around that, or are those going to be like purely aesthetic?
Good question. I would, if I had to give you an answer now, I would say aesthetic. But there's a possibility there could be utility. There are some ideas for that. So not much of an answer. You're going to have to wait and see, because some of the stuff we're still working out. But
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I could see a pretty fun game of some sort of like tag or something, you know, be just used for those, even without adding anything. Like they could be used for games.
yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we'll have to drop some alpha in the coming weeks, because there's some really neat stuff, but I can't share any of it now, unfortunately. But yeah, a couple of other things. There was a tweet, I don't know, it was probably like 3 weeks ago now, but where it showed like a perspective view of the realm map. It was sort of a transition between the flat realm map and the dimensional one. There's two more interesting things along those lines that'll be coming. And I don't know if I have clearance to mention both of them, but one of them is more dimensional and focused on the Citadel itself. And then the other one is more the realm itself. And think of, you know, there are flat earthers, and then there's people who believe the earth is round, which is mind-boggling to even say that statement. But yeah, so there's a round version. So some interesting stuff. It won't affect your investing, although it will inform about future. The former one will inform about landmarks that'll be upcoming, give you a little more information about those. So you can kind of look at where your parcels are in relation to some of the upcoming landmarks. And those are going to range from things like cafes to, they could potentially be museums or anything that's of interest that could either be social hubs or might even have some utility. So is a bit of alpha for you.
Wow. Okay.
I can't wait for the invasion.
Yeah, this is making me think about a lot about what we talked about last night. Jesse had mentioned briefly in terms of a game I think I played before. It's called Civilization with the Wonders of the World or whatever they were called.
Yep.
That got me thinking about stuff like that.
Well, one of the areas that we put a lot of thought and design into and will continue to is community related stuff. So that's going to be like your like channeling initially is focused on your specific gotchi, but when you've got guild channeling, now we're starting to expand into connecting players more. So in terms of things like Wonders of the World and a number of other things, people are going to be able to work together to contribute to build things, and then with some of them that have more utility, they're going to be able to interact, or it'll unlock some functionality beyond just something pretty looking. But there's a lot of plans for that stuff. So we'll release more information in the coming weeks and months with whatever is most relevant for coming up. But what we're experiencing and today hopefully going to be experiencing as intended with the channeling and spillover and upgrading and borrowed gotchis and stuff working more as we'd planned them to be. That's the very, very step one of this whole experience. When we start expanding and getting into the other farming equipment like harvesters and reservoirs and beyond the farming over the next few months, that's when this game is really going to start to blossom, where you're going to have a lot of options and people will start to have distinctive play styles because there's enough options and tools in your toolbox to have fun with focusing on the type of game experience you want to. And then when we start getting into things like focusing on the traits, like your gotchi traits and how those affect your in-game experience. I mean, combat's like the most obvious one you can think of, but there's a lot of other activities that are going to be affected as well. Those will be dedicated releases. So there's a ton of stuff. I mean, I'm not even mentioning a bunch of other things, but so we're in very early days, definitely still stress testing and probably will continue to be for a while, but rest assured, this is on a trajectory to deliver a really cool, deep experience that will allow you as an investor to really enjoy the experience and benefit from it, but also as a player. And the play stuff will just incrementally get layered on more in time as we lock down this investment foundation more.
So really quickly, I just want to throw in,
really...
I was able to successfully channel just now. If you're in the Gotchi, give it another try. I was able to get some channeling done.
Yeah, I think you're in the minority there. Team's still working on that stuff, but yay, post some screenshots so people get a taste of what, if they haven't been able to do it, what they'll be able to do.
Yeah, I've channeled 8 of my 10 gotchis so far.
Yeah, I can confirm that my error message went away too. The same one that was appearing in the chats, I was just able to successfully channel.
Hey guys, Jesse back here. Yeah, that's great. Glad to hear some of the channeling is coming online. I think I would caution, if you want to waste gas, to just chill a minute, because I don't think it's 100% through the clear yet. Like Neon Kong just mentioned, we're looking at the devs and their chat, but I don't know. It's looking pretty good. So just be cautious. You know, this is super alpha. So if you're one that is going to be upset if you lose the gas you spend, well, this isn't a race, right? This is going to be live forever. So I would just caution in general to If you want to be the pioneer and go first, by all means. But you don't have to, right? So with that said, the other thing I want to point out is I saw Daddy Dulpix shared this picture. I'm dropping in the chat again. He documented uncovering the giant partner parcel for Ready Player DAO, and I love to see it. There are a number of these out and about now. So if you find another partner parcel, screen grab it, send it here in the chat, and then if you're the first one to do so, I'm happy to send 5 ghosts your way as just a little fun side quest here. So, oh, here we go. Mr. 0xSO documenting the CGU Guild. CGU and their partner parcel is live, and that screenshot looks awesome, sir. So hit me up in the DMs, and I will happily fire 5 ghosts your way as well. So we got a little competition going on here. Neon Kong, you helped set all these up and have them ready for today. So what's your favorite partner parcel visually? Do you have a favorite?
What's a good diplomatic answer to that without alienating the other ones? They're each outstanding in their own way.
You're very nice. You're very nice. But as a designer, you must have a logo that appeals to you, just visually.
Yeah, well, okay. So there's a few different ones that are favorites for different reasons. Let me pull them up so I can more accurately answer your question.
And they're coming in quick. We just found, okay, we got YGG from Goobs, you're a winner. We've got Star delivering the Flamingo partner parcel. That one looks pretty epic. It's like so 3D. Oh my gosh. And then Anthony was first with the Blackpool Guild. So Addison just behind Anthony on that one. And Haram showing a GIF that kind of looks like a partner parcel.
Yeah, people are going to start going to Google and screen grabbing from Google Images. Hey, I found these 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say to answer your question real quick. I mean, YGG is cool. It's sort of very gamey, so I like it in that respect. I like Blackpool's because it's very graphic, very T-shirt worthy. I like Metaguild because of the simple color gradient with an interesting pattern. I mean, I like Orden GG because it's also another graphic pattern, Ready Player DAO. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to end up listing them all because they each have cool aspects to them.
Yeah, so much unique personality. It's cool to see GG's come across. Anthony Zombie Shepherd delivering that one. 5 ghosts coming your way, sir.
Yeah, you can hook Addison up on the first one since we were a tie on that one and I got this other one.
They're so spread out. I'm trying to figure out how you got to both so quickly. You must have
I've just
teleported.
been screenshotting. I've been hanging out, like taking pictures of people's parcels and running around. That's what I've been doing all morning. So like when you said that, I already had them.
Nice. Yeah, you got to document the naked Gotchiverse. This is like the first and last time. Yeah, they'll never look the same. Super, super cool, guys. I wonder if there's any left. I think that might be all of them. Ready Player DAO, CGU, YGG SEA, Flamingo, Blackpool, GG.
There should be 9 of them.
There's, I think, a few more out there, yeah. Looks like some great meeting points in this big sprawling world.
Yeah, I just posted an update saying that everything was like live. Is that confirmation that everything should be working now?
You would think.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, let me get confirmation on that because if we posted it's live, that's pretty epic. Let's check.
Yeah, it reads, what you can do in this release: equip your tiles, equip your altars, upgrade your altars, channel Alchemica, and hang out with your friends. that image that goes along with the announcement is pretty amazing. With the golden altar being drug around by some rope to be installed. It's so funny. All right, still looking for the spillover. Yeah, we'll confirm where we're at with that. Gas prices finally coming down to earth. There we go. Polygon always handling it without breaking a sweat. I agree with Diddley Pool's request, and I think that's something that's on our to-do list. It just didn't make it for the day one shipping, but when you're on your parcel, you basically, it should glow or have some effect that you know it's your baby.
They're all pink, right? All of your parcels are pink.
Oh, is that right? That may be the case.
I think.
So we could make it maybe more dramatic, or maybe.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's a start.
Which was really helpful because I was refreshing constantly to come back in and drop into a new parcel, and then I just saw on the map all these other pink parcels, and I was like, oh, I must own all those also.
Yeah, I think my problem, yeah, is just I own too many, right? So the whole thing was pink. I thought that was just everybody's was pink all the time. Joking. Oh, interesting. McCole saying we launched at the same time as Lens Protocol. Interesting. I thought that was more like it's a protocol. Like I don't know if it's a certain dApp using Lens Protocol that launched today. Sounds interesting.
Seems like maybe Mark could have coordinated that better.
Yeah, come on, Mark. Let's see here. I'm going to check in on the spillover. I think everything's live though. I think we're cruising now. Joe says, does channeling work? I believe so. Everybody's had a good channeling session at this point. Okay, Diddley Poo mentions, sorry, the new tile. I think that's as soon as we get everything else deployed here, that's next on the to-do list is the third and final Le Golden Altar. Neon, did I hear you just now? Mic check.
Yeah, I was just having a Tourette's moment. No, the spillover, I guess, is not is delayed, and upgrading may not be working, according to one of our dev team members yet, but we will shortly get confirmation on that. The Gotchi lending issue that was brought up before, I'm going to follow up on that as well. So stay tuned.
Can we do like a social drop again? Just throw some Alchemica out.
I think we're a little too busy doing other stuff right now.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
It was a nice try.
Yeah, no, totally hear you on that one.
Yeah, my scholars are chomping at the bit here to get some Alchemica.
Yeah, the people watching my YouTube a little dismayed, to say the least. But I keep preaching. This is a 30-year-long journey we're starting out at. Like, we can give it a couple hours. Let's be.
It's hard to it's hard to preach the Gotchi Bible. Some people don't want to listen right away.
Well, the game is taking shape. The way I think of it is there might be too many assumptions based on the play drop that we had, that it's just going to be play drop forever all the time. But really, it's about getting involved. And yeah, you could start by borrowing a Gotchi and working your way up. But if you have your own parcel, I mean, that's a big step in the right direction, because then you get to dictate when there's a drop. You get to go channel. You get to start harvesting, and all those things will roll out in the weeks ahead. So the game's gonna evolve and look a lot different than what was really a super simple first 30 days. I mean, it was a very, very simple concept there that just battle tested the infrastructure, right?
Hey, I love the ability to channel now. I just keep watching my wallet go up. More Keck, more Alpha, more FOMO, more FUD.
Yeah, people asking about the channeling, and there is that split where it goes, a percent goes straight to your wallet. And
Yeah, a lot of landowners have been waiting a long time to just do anything with their land. So, you know, the renters are the renters, but like, I think it's the landowners' day today.
Yeah, definitely. Because this is the first time that we actually get to unlock yield from our land. So it's a big day.
I've been holding for a long time. I'm sure a lot of people have been holding for a long time. So this is very fun.
It's also being able to build. Like, you can see already the upgrade. Like, you go into the build mode. I just saw the upgrade thing pop up, and I'm like, oh, I looked at the price to get to level 2 just off the channeling. So I'm like, that's pretty good.
Yeah, Golden Cross, we got in the three-way with Coder Dan, got a message for you.
I really like the alpha about kind of like how much it was going to give out compared to how much it was going to, you know, cost to rent it out and everything. And it's kind of reversed when you're got that kinship up there.
Sorry, guys, bouncing from chat to chat here, all nimbly bimbly. So I heard you, Neon Kong, just checking in there. And
yeah, that's a new phrase, nimbly bimbly. I like that. I need that on a T-shirt with a Blackpool style logo.
yeah, it kind of fits, but no, that's Super Troopers. I'm pretty sure. If I have to source that, Super Troopers fan here. Yeah, yep. So let's see here. Yeah, in terms of like, we were kind of talking about what we got today, and this is really the landowner's day, right? And if you have round parcels, you've been waiting a long time for this. You've participated in the auctions and the raffles. So what you see is just the tip of the iceberg with like the build mode, you know, Futuristic just mentioned. The sky's kind of the limit on what we can do with going into upgrading, but also all sorts of things that we're going to craft and then install. So really just the beginning. I think it gets really interesting when we get into the user-generated content and more room for creatives to start having as much custom work done on their own parcel as possible. So
you'll be able to figure out who's kind of like your greedy scholars too, right away with like a slow entry. You kind of feel them out.
Yeah, the channeling for me at this point is working. I don't know about the spillover because it's such a big area, but I'm able to jump in, drop an altar, channel, jump back out, and then jump back in. The one thing I would say is it'd be great to have on the landing page to know which one of my gotchis channeled already, because I keep going in with the wrong ones because there's so many of them.
Same.
You got to do it top to bottom. You just go in one at a time.
Yeah, it's a bit. It's definitely not optimal. That should be a quick UI thing we can prioritize. Same as the lending. Get it on the login page. Very good point.
I'm also getting some, if you've channeled, or I guess equipped or whatnot, I'm getting some gas estimation issues where I just went and looked in on Polygon Scan, and a lot of the transactions that I thought I had done gassed out. So it might be something to flag that there's an issue with the gas limit not being set properly.
Yeah, Bearded, sorry, where did you see this? Just when you went into
Like,
Polygon Scan?
I went into my Polygon. I went in on Polygon Scan and looked at my transactions, and a lot of them had failed because the gas limit was too low.
Okay, good to know. And yeah, everybody should take a look at Polygon Scan, but maybe there's something we can adjust on the defaults. I see Vex's question about gold tiles. So tiles are like one thing you can install on your parcels. There's another layer for installation. So you can, that's why you can literally have like an altar on top of your tile. They also play by different rules. So as it stands today, nothing can be replaced once you link it to your parcel, they're bound. But that's simply like on the smart contract side, there is room for that to change. So the tiles will be able to be removed from a parcel completely, and you get to keep the tile. It's a decoration you can put on this parcel, and you can take it off, move it to another parcel. But for installations, that's not the case. You have to understand that when you craft something and you build it onto your parcel, it's there to stay. So what you eventually will be able to do is rearrange it where it's positioned on your parcel, but it's definitely there to stay. You're kind of binding two NFTs together. So there's a lot of cool, intricate stuff.
Good morning.
Coder Dan, hello.
Just wanted to jump on here before I been in the boiler room, making sure things are going smooth, and just want to thank everyone for coming out and enjoying this first release. It's been just the beginning. Super cool to see. I'm gonna jump in the Gotchiverse here for a few minutes and take a look around, take a stroll. I had fun equipping my tile earlier. They look so good. It's super cool to finally see this vision kind of coming to life before our eyes, really.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, and all in all, some bumps here along the way. First couple hours are always interesting. We're building it together, but I think it's up and running right now. It's pretty sick.
I'm gonna see. I'm gonna spawn in the north corner of District 1. I'm gonna go see some activity here. You guys, I heard people were saying District 1 is pretty full, like lots of gotchis in District 1 right now.
Yeah, I think that's the way it's going, right? The most social areas still, but then again, District 1's so big, so I'm not real clear which neighborhood is the biggest.
They were all popping. I went everywhere in District 1, and it was going off.
Coder Dan, I know you've been hard at work in the boiler room. Do you envision yourself having any time to actually up one of your altars and channel? Because I know you're super busy, but is that on the for today?
Definitely want to. I'm gonna try to get my Coder Dan Gotchi at least do a daily channeling for sure. Gotta get that UBI. And I do want to upgrade too. I got a couple spacious. I want to get my spacious at least have I can't see my Gotchi. Get my spacious to have a golden altar on it. To see the Gotchi, you got to click animate and animate. What is it? Animate player, right?
Yeah. In settings, it's like the second toggle.
Yeah. Has anyone leveled up past level 1? I think we just got the upgrades working a couple minutes ago. Anyone at level 5 yet? Probably impossible, right?
I mean, it's not even possible to be level 2 yet, I don't think. It takes like a day and a half.
Oh, yeah.
They'd need a lot of glitter.
Yeah. Speaking of glitter, we are very, very close to having that live. Almost had it live today. just had a couple final things we had to look at with the contract, but we are aiming to have that live very, very soon. So if you're planning to stake for glitter, you can definitely have that in your plans. This is looking cool. Let's see if I can find anyone.
So Jomo Crypto says, just upgrade to level 2. If I understand, it takes 1 day, 16 hours to upgrade. That sounds about right. And, we got another partner parcel coming in. Lei Respicio has delivered the Meta Guild partner parcel. I don't think that one's been shared yet. So Lei, I'm recording your name. I'll reach out to get your address. 5 Ghost coming your way.
Ooh, I found some friends. Sweet, yeah. It's gonna feel great, like finding people in the Gotchiverse now.
Yeah, pretty
I
rewarding.
love this. Like, yeah, it's so interesting because it's like there's like these farming games where you're playing basically with yourself. There's no one in there. But the reason we've made this game so big because you'll have your own space, but you'll also be able to have these social events with people. I think it's just like it's the perfect combination of the two.
Exactly. Yep, you can still host a meetup, coordinate, get together, but you can also have your space to sprawl out and kind of manage your parcels.
Hey, see some friends.
I just checked in on the bazaar, and the floor price on the golden altars is like 700 ghost now. The tiles are, at least for the number 1 tile, they're up near like 50. Which is crazy because I think when I minted mine, they were like, it was like 16 ghost worth of Alchemica at the time to mint.
And yeah, Alchemica was lower. And Alchemica has maintained its price quite well. There's a lot to look forward to with it.
Are you saying I shouldn't have been just market dumping all my Alchemica during the play drop? I should have been crafting golden tiles? Oh no.
All right, check back in the team here. All right, guys, I can't multitask, so I'm gonna jump out, but definitely looking forward to spending some quality time, especially in the Hangouts. We're gonna be spending a lot of time in the Gotchiverse, so thanks.
Yep.
Got Golden Cross here and Neon Kong holding the fort down.
Right on, right on.
You guys have a great day.
You too.
All right. Thanks, Cody.
Thanks.
Peace.
Mycalium, you are asking to get on stage. I think we can do that. Thought you already were, honestly. Let's see what's up.
He had to go to work. Now he's back.
Now he's calling in from work.
Well, that's what you can do when you work in Web3. You just dip out and come back.
You see the perks, man. Thank you, Jesse.
Where are you now? Where are you calling in from?
Yeah, I'm sitting here in the lovely mountains of Utah. Just wound up a team call with Good Ghosting. We got good stuff coming at us. Lots of developments happening over there as well. Planning for a ghost savings pool here in the near term future. So I'll be hollering at everybody here, letting you guys know when that's on its way.
That's awesome. Excellent.
I cannot, man, it's tough when you're not in the dev team because all we do is dream and come up with good ideas. And so I'm just desperately awaiting these Alchemica savings pools. It's something that is well within our capabilities. It's just got to get to the dev timeline.
That's some good alpha right there.
There's so much opportunity here. Like if I, it's the tough thing of if you're in charge, what would you do, right? And so if I had complete control, I would absolutely be having good ghosting attached to the hip to what you guys are building over here, and just being like the number one DeFi integration to first make landfall in the Gotchiverse, because that's going to be a historical achievement for whoever gets to claim that title.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, open source protocol. Let's do it.
Do you have any info to share with possible rollout of like SDK and land parcel development at that type of level?
Yeah, we're kind of taking it day by day. We'll see how the dust settles here, and I would love to be able to make some announcements, or at least share some direction, some details on that soon. But yeah, that's still pretty under construction, the SDK. But it's a priority, no doubt.
Jesse, in a quick, because I have another meeting to jump to here in 9 minutes. In a quick answer, what do you think's our deficiency right now in the Gotchiverse, in the overall ecosystem between Pixelcraft, the community, everybody? Where are we as a community? Where are we weak right now? Where do we need some reinforcement?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. I think kind of touched on this on the spaces yesterday too. It's something we've been thinking a lot about, and getting a framework where not just the DAO through like votes on an on-chain manner, but DAO in sense of community members who have competent, clear-minded plans can actually get funded or move forward and add value to the ecosystem. And so it sounds kind of like theoretical, but really what it comes down to is we just came through with these limited licensing agreements. So if you want to do something commercially based, if you want to basically launch your own for-profit with investors, whatever, like project or company that plugs into the Gotchiverse and Aavegotchi protocol, and it uses Aavegotchi IP, now you're able to come in, just reach out to me or Pixelcraft, we'll get you set up. And now we're getting to a point where there's that framework where you can do commercial activities, you can do what you need, bring your business to the Gotchiverse. And so it's not necessarily inside the metaverse part of the game. It's actually in the real world aspect, where we'd basically love to see 3 or 4 more Pixelcraft type caliber companies up and running and contributing and bringing value to the ecosystem. So if we are 6 months out from now, I'd love to be at a place where there's multiple pillars to the Gotchi economy, and it's not all being pushed by just Pixelcraft. Not that it is now, but I'm talking about at that scale. Like I'd love to just see a handful or more large to medium-sized companies that are building on Aavegotchi.
Do you
Gotchiverse Media International? What's up, everyone?
Do you think everything's going to be like maybe some of these failed companies might just completely try to partner up? And I'm not saying they failed because they were bad. I'm just saying, some of these bigger games have kind of like went to shit.
I don't know what kind you mean, but we're definitely not partnering with anyone from Luna or Terra, if that's where you're going.
No, not at all. Not at all.
No, I mean, it's definitely something. I think there's enough talent here in the Gotchi gang, and there's serious entrepreneurs. There's what Malcalium's doing with Good Ghosting. There's people here right now on this call in guilds that are building out their own products, the Gotchi Vault, GMI, it just goes on and on. So it just depends on bringing like either their own products and plugging it into the Ghost token ecosystem, or creating experiences that can happen in the Gotchiverse now, even without an SDK. I think there's room for all that kind of stuff. And so, you asked a good question, Mike Callion, but that's where I see like the room to grow is somewhere along those lines.
GMI has a secret weapon with Hefe, man. This Gotchiverse Architects is going to be a big deal. I'm watching him blossom into something really powerful.
Yeah, other games, the Liquidator Chase. There's some pretty heavy hitting games, and there can be more. So there's room to attract capital, attract investors, and build up your own games or experiences or dApps that plug into this awesome foundation we have.
Well, just on a mechanics level, just to help illustrate for other people that are hearing this and thinking about, building their little projects. So GMI, Gotchiverse Media International, if that's like the top tier level, and we were to partner with Aavegotchi directly for this limited business license, like you're mentioning, would we be able to operate multiple projects underneath that license? Like say Friendless Summer as a project within GMI, Hefe's minigame builds as a project within GMI. Would GMI be able to take the license and umbrella projects within that, or is it going to be licensed per project effort?
That's tricky. I would assume like actually this limited license came out of the work with Friendless and the script and the pilot program for the video. So I understand that's under GMI. I talked to Hefe a bit about it, and I think that could be that's a perfect example of what the limited license is for. Is like they can run with that. Hopefully they get Aavegotchi on HBO or or Netflix or something. And that would be amazing. And that's what the license is there for, to like align incentives and make sure everything can scale with the IP. At Pixcraft, we're protecting the Aavegotchi trademark and across every major, every continent except Antarctica at this point. So every jurisdiction. And so if we can do it on a per project basis, it might make more sense, but it could, I don't know. We'd have to get a little closer look at it. But GMI in general, I know there's a lot of content coming out of GMI that's high quality and could be pretty amazing to work with. Absolutely.
Man, my next meeting just got canceled too, so I'm sticking around hanging in here with you guys.
I have a feeling you're the one.
Music City Gotchi Gang merch, because now I can do it. So this is going to be dope.
Yeah. This is the thing is like instead of tiptoeing around or just not being clear, there was no clarity on like how far can we go with the brand. There's a path to that now where, Music City Gotchi Gang, we could support you guys and you could support yourself and grow to any scale you want. So I think there's room here for a lot of possible directions and people with better ideas than what Pixelcraft's focused on the Gotchiverse and what we can do to create a framework for everyone else to bring their projects and skills. So the next 6 months will be super exciting on that front.
Like when it comes to you owning the Gotchi itself, like can you market that itself? Like I can put that picture on it, like Bored Apes put their picture on shirts and stuff like that?
That's, I think, CCO, right? So that's a different type of, it's tricky, right? Because even at the base foundation, when you have an Aavegotchi, actually the NFT itself as a naked Aavegotchi isn't visually that distinct compared to something like a Bored Ape. It's when you start layering other NFTs on top of it, and they're dynamic. They're changing all the time, right? You change the hat, you change the wearable. So it's a little different in that sense. So it doesn't really fit that model very well. And it was never built on that premise. So instead, it's more like what we can do to, that's why this limited license is coming around. So it's like, well, look, anybody that wants to partner and work within the DAO, maybe there's funding from the DAO treasury, maybe there's community support for a certain project to thrive, we can now issue this limited license that allows it to go commercial. You can do anything you want with your Aavegotchi. It's just once it goes commercial and you're trying to, there's like a fine line there between, opening a hamburger stand with an Aavegotchi on the cover and no tie back to the ecosystem. There's no ghost tokens being sucked up. It's kind of sad in that sense if it's like totally disconnected.
But I can make a T-shirt with my Gotchi on it and just wear it.
Absolutely, yeah.
This is a game changer. What you guys are doing is amazing when you compare it to other projects. This is something that maybe doesn't get touched on as much, but like a lot of projects, even with high end, like the more expensive upper PFP projects, don't have this level of freedom or creativity with the IP. And so like it's really cool what you guys are saying. Like, we're going to protect our IP. We're going to get the licensing agreements, do the formal thing. But at the same time, like you can be creative with these assets and make it kind of like make your own thing out of it, whether it's merch or piece of art or whatever it may be. Like I don't even know if CryptoPunks or Bored Ape Yacht Club, I'm not sure even what their level of, I'm sure there's some limitations with what you can do with their NFTs. It's a little bit different, right?
Yeah,
different.
yeah.
It's
Futuristic
definitely-
maybe could speak more to that model. Yeah.
Yeah, with them, you get rights up to a certain amount of. Because with projects like the Board Ape Yacht Club, where that's kind of on their roadmap, like, hey, we're going to your image the token that you buy. Where if you think about this project, that was never a utility that ever was even like thought of. We thought about it from the DeFi aspects, from the play to earn aspects, from just that like money Lego aspect. So to find out that now we can use, if we partner for limited licenses, use for commercial purposes, that's dope. That wasn't even part of the sales pitch. So to see that come on now, really encouraging.
No, is there
Yeah.
things written up to kind of like separate that from Aavegotchi to like keep people from doing that, or do you think he might have a problem with that in the future? Is what I was thinking of.
I mean,
I want an elaboration there. What are you talking about, Gotchi Emperor? What are you thinking of? Give me the bad example.
Well, I mean, somebody says, like, I mean, what is exactly the ownership of the Gotchi? Once you buy it, you own it. Like, I mean, and then they try to use it to kind of do, like you said, a hamburger stand or sell merchandise with that Gotchi on it, and they can change it up and do whatever they wanted. I'm just saying, do you, like, obviously, like, a lot of lawyers involved?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there'll be a big issue. There hasn't been so far even, but yeah, I think this is what No Futuristic is talking about is there's these CCO type plays where if you own that particular NFT, you can run, it's 100% yours even in the IP sense. Where with Aavegotchi, it's actually what NFTs are great for is figuring out who the owner of something is, right? So yes, you own that Aavegotchi, but it doesn't mean you have run roughshod over all Aavegotchi IP, right? That's a different thing. So that's where this limited license comes in and says, look, you're a trusted member of the community. We're excited about what you're trying to build here. And whether it's the DAO or the Pixelcraft or whatever the mechanism is, we just want to support the absolute best ideas to get funded, get a legal framework to run with and organized so that, it's not just Pixelcraft all day. We want a lot more of that. So
All I meant was there's a lot of dumb, greedy people in this world, and I was just wondering.
We got you here, Emperor. You take care of us, man.
Yeah. No, you make a good point. I mean, that's where you get like the kind of idea of like freeloaders, like, oh, I own one Aavegotchi, so now I can open up a franchise or something. Like that's not gonna.
Well, we can have a Craigslist type community policing too, right? Gotchi gang sees some bullshit happening out there, and say something, and we'll get after it.
Exactly. There's also just community self-curation.
Just show up at their house. That's no big deal.
Well, burn that hamburger stand down.
Do like Jay and Silent Bob and go beat everybody up that talk crap.
Hey guys,
if you do have a good idea, like this is a really great conversation around, if you thought you had a good idea, you didn't know how to execute it, you didn't have access to the licensing, now you know how to do that. Maybe join GMI, like hop into the server. It's just a bunch of creative people from different backgrounds, and maybe you'll meet somebody that vibes with you and you guys come up with a really cool project and we can help you guys make that happen. So I'll just drop the link down in the chat here and feel free to join us.
Yeah,
Okay,
I almost dropped $5,000 on an embroidery machine because I wanted to stitch Aavegotchis into like hats and sweaters and stuff.
So Ranger, man, you're so close to us. Just get over here in GMI and join the party, man, because that's the kind of investment that the group could make at a large level and offer capabilities to multiple different avenue projects instead of just, if every single one of us that has that concept is going to be limited by embroidery machine ownership, then we're going to move slower than we could together.
Hey guys, I want to stop. Everybody, please stop. We're getting a lot of questions about, because no one can log in, but we're not addressing it.
You're right. I'm also looking at that, and give me 1 second to figure out why and what's going on.
Do you think maybe it might be them updating for the actual Alchemica, like exploding everywhere?
I mean, I'm still here in the Gotchiverse. I don't know if you guys got kicked out or what happened there. I know someone was saying also, yeah, they couldn't get in, but
We're checking
I'm
this
still
out
hanging
right
out.
now. Network
I'm-
Hustler. Let's all
chilling in the
test here.
Gotchiverse.
Yeah, I've tried
My
getting
login went smooth.
Did we have a meetup for a game of tag or something while we're waiting?
Oh dang!
Too much work. I gotta build some altars.
Just
Hey,
jump
Network,
to,
I
jump to
can't.
like
I
one of
got stand by
the
my post.
just jump to one of the District 1 drop points everybody can get to.
Yeah, I was just joking.
Justin and Network Hustler, give us a little more context, man. Maybe just do the standard, close the browser, open it up, hard refresh, just try again. Sounds like a lot of us are still having success here.
Yeah, it would be helpful to get a little more information. So, like, do you see the portal open? Is it open? And when you click, you get an arrow. Like, if anybody has any more information, definitely post it.
So Kong, I thought it looked normal for me. Portal open. I see the open portal and everything. Selected my Gotchi, went to log in. He walked to the portal, but game is not loaded up. And I did get the kick out for the we had trouble logging you in. Please try to refresh again. And I do see the player count right now at a flat 1,000, which is kind of unique.
Yeah. Okay. The dev team's definitely checking on that, but that's good information. Thanks.
I think today's a very good learning curve, you know what I mean? You know, big curve, kind of like where Ghost is going.
True that.
Hello. Okay, talking to the devs, they recognize the issue. They're pushing a fix. So just stand by. We'll probably correct whatever this error is here soon enough. Yeah, it is.
Sorry, all you chatters, we were missing that, but yeah, it's definitely happening consistently there to me as well.
Yeah, I was trying to chime in, but then my keyboard died. Scrambling another keyboard.
Yeah, well, I don't think you have any money left, dude. With all the parcels and gotchis you own to get another keyboard, you're gonna have to sell one of them.
Yeah, I mean, luckily the keyboard I grabbed was from a big need a keyboard. It was just like I'm spoiled and I had an extra keyboard just sitting there. But I should have charged my wireless keyboard and my mouse because both died during this stream.
Funny thing here I'll share from the back. One of the reasons we're having trouble logging in right now is probably because of the channeling. So it's quite overwhelming the systems how much Alchemica is actually being spawned in the spillover. And so I think there's actually, we may not feel it, but it's such a big world. There's actually a lot of Alchemica spilling over. And it's taxing on the infrastructure. So between that and the logins, there's a bit of an overheating going on here. So they're working on it.
So you would have been lucky to be left in there, get all that Alchemica?
I mean, yeah, maybe there's the 1,000 that remained.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at it with the Alchemica half empty, then yeah.
It's looking pretty sparse on my side though. I don't see anything. Maybe that's more of a District 1 thing, but
Yeah, I was gonna say I've been cruising and I haven't seen one piece, so it's a pretty big world out there though, so it could be anywhere.
Oh, I have to correct myself. The devs are listening and they're correcting me as I make things up. So there are, let's see here. They were overwhelmed with trying to spawn channeling Alchemica, but there is no Alchemica spilling over at this point due to some sort of conversion issue. They're working through that. The problem is the quantity attempted, but it's not actually, spawning in the game. So to Emperor's point, then no worries. Nobody is actually getting all the Alchemica to themselves, I guess. That would be the
it's all
Alchemica
gone.
full.
I wonder how much is that number of Alchemica? Do you know what that big huge number is?
I really don't.
1 million Alchemica.
Very good.
Yep.
There's just one big giant Alchemica cube in District 1. Everybody's like gnawing on it.
That actually sounds like a lot of fun. You just chisel away at a giant cube. All right, so they're going to keep working on these issues, but luckily the majority of the team right now are well, it doesn't really matter what time zone they're in. We're going to stay up and keep working on this. So the work continues. The rollout continues. And as soon as I see an update on logins, I'll pass that along.
Well, Jesse, let me just share some good comments here with you guys again too, right? So there's one other project that I watch over on the Harmony, and now they've deployed on Avalanche with DeFi Kingdoms. And the thing I want to highlight is the argument I get to have all the time, and I love the ability to take the stance on the Gotchi side, because you guys are ballsy and brave by letting the community have a grip on as much of the protocol as you're able to share. You know, DFK is starting to have issues right now with like possessiveness and sharing of the IP and license rights, and they're starting to run into that issue. And I'm watching the community growth be stifled because the protocol is concerned about trying to maintain control.
Oh yeah. To go back to what we were talking about earlier in this limited license we've been developing. So yeah, I mean, it's there's room for, there's like a middle way, I think, where it can't be a free for all and all the freeloaders just dilute the brand. And also there's this premise in legal structures where if you don't defend your IP, then when the day comes that you really try to defend it in court for a real reason that even the community is backing you on, but you lose because they say, well, you've never defended it up to this point. So it's like a watering down of the IP. It's a kind of crappy principle in IP law.
You got to set the precedent early then.
Yeah, you have to have documentation of, well, yeah, look, we have multiple licenses we've issued to partners, and we've sent a cease and desist in the past or something. Like, if you've never done that before and it's all over, at some point it's just common, you don't have an IP to defend. And I think that would be, you could go that way, but it would really risk, there's a lot to think about there and what that would imply for the value of the ecosystem long term. So we have a DAO, and it makes sense that we continue to evolve the DAO governance structures so that eventually maybe they can take over the IP at some point in the future. And for now, it's more like a partnership with Pixelcraft as we defend it, but also curate and partner with people that are
competent. Not to interrupt you, but I was able to get in.
Oh, great. All right. Let's see if anybody else is refreshing and getting in. Actually, why don't I just try myself? Going to try to get in as well.
Golden Cross, are you still there, or are you checking out to immerse yourself in the Gotchiverse?
Yeah, I'm logging in right now. Why, what's up?
Okay. Some people have asked about Glitter. Anything we can share about that? More of a Coder Dan thing, and he's off in the Gotchiverse. Or sleep, which he should be doing.
Yeah, I think Glitter is, they were talking about deploying it as soon as today, but obviously plate was full. So there's a few last checks on that. I think Glitter will be up this week for sure, maybe tomorrow. So what that means is you'll be able to start LPing if you want to be a liquidity provider for Alchemica pairs with Ghost. That's the way to farm Glitter tokens. And the initial utility of the Glitter token is to use it to basically speed up your crafting times, right? And your upgrades. I see another question coming in. Black Yugen says, sorry to disturb. Is there anything about a subgraph to pull data about Realm and installations in it? Probably not yet. Yeah, we have a lot of subgraphs, but for what's happening right now today in real time, I don't know if I have anything I can share with you. Maybe somebody else will correct me on that, or I can provide an update later. Yep. And I do have some messages coming in from the Pixelcraft team. Let's see what they're saying.
Just to follow on the glitter too, guys, if you've never provided liquidity, if you've never formed an LP, if you've never joined an LP, just do a little bit of homework on that and just be aware of things such as impermanent loss, market action. There are some considerations when LPing.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's not for everybody.
It's honestly probably just, it's the riskiest way to kind of with that impairment loss. It's one of the riskiest ways to invest.
So if someone starts wanting to cook up single-sided alchemica pools, good ghosting, good.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool to see someone else step up and make that possible, like good ghosting. Our perspective is Alchemica needs incentives for deeper liquidity so people don't get wrecked with the slippage, right? So we're trying to incentivize that with actual pairs. But there is a wonderful thing called impermanent loss that is an unavoidable reality when you have two pairs of tokens. They're always fluctuating in value, and you're providing basically 50% Ghost, 50% Alchemica at the time you deposit to LP, and you get to inherit all the possibilities that come with that.
It also has some tax implication too, because every single time it gets traded back inside the pool is technically a transaction.
Yeah, that's something you definitely want to check in with your jurisdiction and what it means for you as a potential LPer. You may not want to
in the US is basically what I was talking about. But I mean, when it comes down to all that, that's still all up in the air, and they're kind of figuring that out too. So
they're also destroying like years worth of documents, like the IRS right now. Just to throw that out there. They're not
I'm
the most
staying optimistic.
Move to Puerto Rico.
Able to successfully log in at this point. So Portugal's having hard times, but they're coming down on the tax law now.
They're talking about retroactive, right?
Yeah, it's getting a little bit ugly. A countrywide rug pull.
We just got a note from the dev team. Logins should work again now, if they already haven't for you. So give that a try. Try a refresh just to make sure in your browser. But
it did work over here. Hopped right in, looking clean, getting lots of good positive chat.
Are the alters on delay again for the queue?
Sorry, for channeling, or what do you mean delayed?
You know how we were talking about earlier, it's like I can walk through it. It's still just, it's not made yet.
Oh, yeah. If it hasn't happened, that's the safest guess, is it's just delayed. It's either, through the blockchain, it's doing its work, but it should be working. So it's just it should be just a matter of time. But if you have been waiting for, I don't know, longer than an hour, definitely share that and then post. And if you can try, if you have any additional information that might be helpful, that would be great. Let me see if I can get a link to a bug report. So I don't know if we shared that, but that would definitely be helpful rather than combing through the wall of text in the community posts in different channels, which takes a lot of time. Let me see if I can track that down, and then we can post that.
Just see with a lot of different updates, different things sometimes change a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like one other thing I noticed is I can't scroll down to choose a different Gotchi when I'm there to go into the portal. I can only choose the ones that are there. I don't know if anybody else has had that problem.
I saw that same thing, Gotchi Emperor. I wasn't able to scroll down in my Gotchi locker.
Yeah, I had to jump through on the sorter.
What I've been doing is just zooming out. I'm using Chrome, so Command negative to zoom out, and it, get smaller, but you'll be able to see Gotchis.
Dope answer, bro.
Got an update on somebody asked in the community. Actually, it was hardcore. If upgrade says 0 blocks, is it going to fail? it works even if it's showing 0 blocks. So again, that's probably tied into the delay. So just try to be patient. This stuff will get better. It's we're just getting things off the ground.
I ain't got nothing else to do.
I believe you, sir.
I took the day off.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah, there's very few things. It's an honor to be on that short list of things you'll take the day off for. Like clear the schedule, land release is happening. It's game on.
Smoke screens. If you're still in the live chat, if you're listening, did you end up taking the day off, or are you playing hooky and just pretending like Bearded was earlier? Also, Hefe, have you produced the newsletter from the last Hangout yet? I know that Smokescreens was working on the Spanish translation last night for you. Hefe's walking the streets.
Yeah, he's on the corner working it.
That's another upgrade I want to see in the Gotchiverse. We get all these street names going. So you say the corner of Gotchi Way and Raffles Street.
We got all the street names ready to go, and the tech behind it can support that. So just that's item 347 on the list. So once we get to it, we can do it. To key off of the whole Hefe walking the streets, I imagine not necessarily him, but a Gotchi in a trench coat lifting it open. Hey, you want to buy some chemica?
We definitely are going to have a guy.
Yeah, like so NPC selling like off market.
Yeah.
I think there is going to be a market for OTC assets in Gotchiverse. I'd be willing to give someone some sweet deals if they made the effort to come find me on my parcel and ask me directly.
Yeah, it's like I don't know if where you are you have these, but in my area at the beaches, and I don't get to go enough, but when I do, there's always somebody who's wandering the beach selling something, whether it's an umbrella or whatever. But imagine it's catering to, like that. The umbrella makes sense for the beach. So if it's related to your parcel and somebody's wandering around with a little wheeled cart and a horn going,
yeah, get an umbrella, some sunscreen, whatever you need.
Fosse, just to answer your question there, it's not just you. No Futures Mike does cut in and out every now and then. It just depends on when he really puts emphasis on his words. They're too strong. It just can't be contained.
Are you going to be at that NFT meetup in New York? And when is that exactly, Jesse?
Hey, yeah, that's coming up June 20 to June 23, 24, something like that. It's going to be epic. We are working hard to finalize some stuff. Long story short, there's I believe, I don't know if it's announced or not, but there's going to be like a Polygon house. And I think we're going to have a role to play with that. I actually have a call later today to figure out more details.
That'd be really cool. You think maybe a Gotchi meetup maybe in New York?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got to get together. So if you're coming for NFT NYC, and that's just a matter of we'll get some details here, but we want to get a venue where we can all get together and do some cool stuff. So might be at the Polygon House, might be something else.
That would be so dope. That would be dope. Go to the Polygon House for a Gotchi meetup. Wow, that would be fucking dope.
Golden Cross, Faba and I were discussing, is there a bug report link? I know Faba had released one for internal, but maybe confer with him so we can let the community know, unless it's already been shared.
No, there has not been one shared. There really should be. So I can't believe of all the releases, this is the one we didn't. Are we all cool with just what do we want to do like last time, or not type form?
Fava has one, but I just check with him, see if that's what you want to go with.
All right. We got this type form. If you guys are still, I'm glad we didn't.
Coming up.
I'm glad we didn't share this earlier because it just would have been an endless list of issues. But this probably is the right time. So we're going to share this type form. If you're seeing specific bugs you'd like documented, by all means, fill this out. And
can we pin that in that channel?
I think so. I'm going to try right now.
Cool. Thanks.
Amazing. Goobs beat me to it. It's already pinned. So yeah, pinned in the channel is the type form for any bug reports.
Yeah, and when you fill out some kind of issue, if you can, without writing paragraphs, if you can keep it short, but try to provide as much information as possible. I mean, even the browser you're using and the steps it took you to reach that bug, whatever it is. That way we can try to recreate the bug if we're not already familiar with it. So that'll be helpful.
Folks, I am loving this this new feature today. This is amazing, man. I'm having a blast over here.
So when you see the notification that Alchemica is spawning, is that just your district or is that for the entire realm?
Good question. Let me get some verification on that.
Because I just happened to log into District 1 and now I'm seeing all the notifications.
We can compare this pretty easily. I just saw a message saying like 300 had spawned, but I just saw no one 324.
Right, and I'm in District, I don't know what district I'm in. Hold on.
You could open your chat settings and it'll tell you.
Yeah, I'm in District 1. Yeah,
I'm in District 1. I'm in District 10. What like how much you use?
Guys, my field is just full of Alchemica. Like everything on my screen is all Alchemica.
Where are you?
What district are you in, sir?
Everybody go there.
I'm live streaming it, so you can see like I just like covered in Alchemica in this area.
Where are you?
Like,
what area?
I can't say or disclose that without. Just give me a minute to collect all of this.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
You can also subscribe to my YouTube where the flood and alpha.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
Everybody's
literally just
on.
covered.
You can visit. Here are the coordinates.
It's only me. There's not a single person over.
My guess is that channeling spillover just went live, and there's like a backlog of it. But let's see what's going on.
Yeah, it's like if you've ever taken an X-Lax, but take 10 of them and then see what happens.
Oh no, I did that. Not that, but I when I was very young, I didn't have much food in the fridge when I was in college, so I ate a box. I'd never had a prune before in my life, and it was the worst 24-hour experience I've ever had.
Wow.
Like I'm afraid of raisins now because of that.
Yeah, talk about spillover.
It's like the play drop. I remember the first 2 minutes after the play drop, the map was just covered in Alchemica, and anybody that was in early enough and lucky enough to collect it all got a real good head start there.
Okay, where is the Alchemica? I don't see any.
If you go to my stream, I literally have just been running around the whole time just collecting.
No
That's
futuristic.
sick, man.
No futuristic.
Okay, let me check. I'm in District 21. District 21.
Yeah, no futuristic. I think you actually aren't seeing any Alchemica. You just want to get more people to watch your live stream. That's so clever, dude.
That's the sell.
Gigabrain strategies there.
Oh crap! So much Alchemica.
I just want to feel like I'm around Alchemica all the time. So I think we should have T-shirts and pajamas that are literally covered with no empty space with Alchemica, just like a pattern, and then get it for floor tiles for my kitchen.
So, whoa, these pictures are coming in. My goodness.
Whoa.
That is a
So-
lot of Alchemica.
Is Alchemica dropping in like 0.1 still and like 0.5, or is it back to like 1, 5, and 25?
It should be low numbers. I mean,
Yeah.
in general.
Oh, I'm definitely going to be able to upgrade today. If this is the way it's going to be, this is ridiculous.
It's not the way it's going to be. You just got lucky because I haven't seen a single piece yet.
Yeah, I
Do you
think it's
guys
just
think
the
that
backlog
everything
touch.
was dumped into the same area?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. So actually,
Oh, I know what it might be. I have a state here, so I channeled all 4 states and all dropped or whatever, that portion of it dropped off. Because there doesn't seem to be much beyond the range of where my estate is.
Oh, okay. Everybody go to 21 and scoop it up before he
No,
does.
gotta run though.
that might be your spillover. But
So
Futuristic, could you also push the F3 key and then you'll get your exact coordinates? And if you don't mind sharing it, that will help our devs to understand if you're an anomaly or if this is.
And make sure to share it on live stream here so everyone knows.
Now, as we talk, I lose precious alchemical.
Yeah, well, you're taking one for the team. I mean, or
Okay.
12.
I'm coming, buddy. You better sweep up.
Yeah. Hey, I'm coming, man. I'll be there in an hour. Just hold on.
So that also means, because I channeled from like 10 or 12 parcels, that means that every one of my parcels is probably covered and I'm just not there to pick it up.
Yeah, this is where you need to have an army of gotchi lenders doing your bidding.
There's none on mine at all. So you must be just a random fluke. Because that seems like way too much Alchemica to just be from your channeling.
Yeah, this is crazy. So update on the question was asked when there's a notification about Alchemica spawning. Is it district or entire Citadel? The answer is entire Citadel.
Another gotchi finally got to me.
Yeah, Neon, that's an important distinction. So the spawning message, that was about the whole district. Or sorry, I'm messing it up. The whole Citadel. Very good.
But the drops are range bound, right? Like range bound up to so many units of in-game space from your altar. So they should only be able to spawn within the range that is set for the level of your altar.
Yes. However, level 1 is 9,000, and to give you some context, the Citadel is just over 9,000, and that's the radius.
Right. So it's the whole Citadel then for level 1, pretty much.
Citadel's gonna be a good place to hang out.
So how tight does it get then at max level for an altar? Like how tight can the radius get to?
1/9 of that, so 1,000 instead of 9,000.
Ah, right. So it's still pretty big though. So there'll still be a decent spread even for the maxed altars, right?
Yeah, the vision for this from Coder Dan and Golden Cross is to keep it a playground, so people are contributing a lot to the community. So with their spillover.
Yeah.
So it's basically happy birthday for everybody every time anyone channels, especially with lower levels. So.
I had a question that was maybe pertinent to the release today and how congested Polygon gets when we do these big drops, and especially when we launch alongside other big projects. Is there any plans for Pixel Craft, or are they looking at different scaling solutions for hosting the Aavegotchi game on? Because we do see, obviously, the POS chain, as awesome as it is, does creak when there's a lot of transactions going on all at once. And I imagine and I hope that when Aavegotchi gets bigger as a game, we might get to the point where we would saturate Polygon. And I know that Polygon, the ecosystem, does have scaling solutions, like there's the Maiden thing they're pushing and Nightfall and stuff. But are we kind of just sitting and hoping that Polygon solve the scaling thing, or is there a more active approach to looking at other solutions?
That's a good question, and Golden Cross will have to speak to that. But until he's available. Definitely the Super Brains and Pixelcraft, excuse me, are aware of the marketplace now and looking into the future. So I would imagine, in the interest of not boxing ourselves in, there are considerations like that. That would be the smart thing to do, and they are smart. So I don't want to speak for them, but I would say that.
Yeah, I remember a point in time when there was serious considerations to host Aavegotchi on Ethereum L1. That would have been a disaster. Like, we would never have gotten off the ground if we didn't choose to go to Polygon. So I'm hoping that there's still a future looking into, making sure that we're maintaining scale at all times.
Yes. Yeah. Maintaining scale, maintaining as much consistency in the marketplace. So your investments are safer. Absolutely. They put a lot of thought into that.
Yeah, he is.
The awesome thing is that all these EVM chains are kind of interoperable, right? So there's always the opportunity to, if the ecosystem it could migrate to something else. Obviously, that would be a bit of a pain point for users, but I'm sure Pixelcraft could ease that pain somewhat. But it's the awesome thing about the EVM compatible blockchains in general, that you can kind of move about if need be, go to other more scalable chains and stuff.
Running multiple calls. I told everybody I was going to
alerted Golden Cross, so he can hopefully speak to that, but he's still communicating with the devs. We've got a lot of gears in motion at the moment.
Yeah, I imagine it's all hands on deck. Making sure the spawns are right and stuff.
Been live streaming for
hours now, true. So I was like, but I gotta go. I got other things I gotta do today. None of this is worthwhile if we're not looking into the future. This is intended to be, as was mentioned before, 30 years. We're not looking at this being like a quick buck. Well, I mean, of course, everybody wants a quick buck, but looking into the future to build basically a relationship with the community and the Gotchiverse. So, in the interest of protecting that, I wouldn't put it past the mega brains of Pixelcraft to do whatever it takes to ensure that. So I know that's not a very definitive answer at all, but
we can give it a few more
and I'll definitely let Golden Cross speak to that personally when he has time. You should bring that up if you haven't already in the chat and tag him.
Yeah.
Granted, he probably has 1,000 other tags, but at least you can try, and I'll definitely pass that on to him.
Okay, I'm back, guys. I got a pretty interesting story here. So, No Futuristic, you had a ton of stuff around you, and you had about 4 altars that were all channeling, relatively in the same neighborhood. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so.
I was trying to figure it out because I was like, based on, here, I'll share the map again. Like, the idea of feeding your district and even the neighboring district, how could it all be spawning so close to you? It didn't make sense, right? It seemed way too concentrated. So we started digging around. I think there was a mishap where the input, instead of saying like a level 1 should have a radius of 2,000 gotchis. That's 2,000 gotchis. Gotchi is a unit of measurement. It was actually 2,000 pixels. So you were enjoying extremely small radius, dense spillovers.
Yeah, I was wondering why I still haven't found one single piece of Aavegotchi.
Yeah, and to correct the mistake I made, and forgive me, I shouldn't have made this, but I quoted 9,000 and 1,000 for the level 1 and level 9, which is not correct, as we tweeted. And I actually did the freaking image for this, so again, apologies for the mistake, but it's literally for level 1, 2,000 gotchis, as Golden Cross said, and level 9 is 400. So that does change math quite a bit, and again, my bad.
Okay, kind of interesting. It's not the end of the world, right? But it's kind of funny, actually. So that will obviously be updated and changed here shortly, but spillover radius is super small right now.
Thanks. I probably shouldn't have said anything and just let it kind of rock for.
Will that be changed relatively soon, or it be just kind of?
Damn my hammy personality.
Yeah, for being such a gregarious, helpful personality. Yeah. I liken it to like boxers or briefs. These are really, really tight briefs right now.
Oh yeah, see the request. Here we go. Oh wait, that's someone else, but I'll give.
So, I mean, we'll see here. Some people are saying they did a spillover. They didn't see anything. I don't know when you did it. We can check your area if you press F3.
I got something to say real quick that's important. I just did another channeling, and when I did my channeling, just an ungodly amount of freaking alchemica pops up.
Okay, so that's good to know. That's not only is the radius small, but it seems like it's more than what the spillover should be, right? I mean, what's the kinship on that Aavegotchi?
Yeah, we were just talking about that. I think that Twitter does not like.
There are tons of alchemica, way more than I'm supposed to get. Somebody's cheating me out of it. I'm gonna go.
Whenever I host from my
Okay. I'm going to report this back to the team. There does seem to be something off here.
Yeah, but you know, that's on us. So in the meantime, enjoy yourselves.
Aavegotchi, Lens Protocol.
And if you really want to be a cool community member, like No Futuristic, who communicated the whereabouts of this anomaly, which we'll be modifying, you can always share that with others if you want to.
If you haven't already channeled, definitely go in and channel your property, and a bunch of alchemica will pop up just like mine.
Dang, I'm kind of regretting because I did channel Parcel. My higher BRS got, I mean, my higher. So it's like, shoot, I forgot which parcel I went to. So the spillover is probably sitting there waiting.
Yeah. This is definitely Wild West times. So this kind of stuff is going to happen periodically for sure. Where either we or you will be like, oops. It'll even out.
Is the distribution spherical, like the image? Like, is the math programmed so it's a spherical distribution, or is it just like square?
Yeah, it uses a radius, so it emits from the center outward from a ray.
All right, friends. I'm bouncing back and forth from the different rooms. I don't think we have a clear answer right now on why you're able to channel and spill over so much. But they're looking into it.
So I'm going through. I just channeled my Gotchi, and I'm almost done picking everything up. I don't think anyone else is close to me, and I will tell you the numbers whether I got more or less.
Perfect. That'd be great.
Okay, so I just finished. Let me check my kinship.
Enjoy this now, guys. This is historic.
Okay, so no, I got the exact right. Okay, so my kinship is kind of low because it's a new Gotchi. Like I just got them from a portal. It's 178, and 50% of that is 1.89 Keck according to the math, and I got 1.88. So I actually got less alpha. I got 4.2 instead of 4.72. So I missed a 0.5 alpha. But it doesn't seem to be more. It seems to be the right amount. It just looks like a shit ton. But it doesn't actually seem to be like the right amount is spawning.
The numbers are checking out. Wow, it just feels like so much, but yeah, it's checking out, right? Because a base UBI would be 20 FUD, 10 FOMO, 5 alpha, and 2 Keck. Part of that is going straight to your wallet anyway, so you're coming in a little under those numbers, and that's all the spillover. So
no, yeah, I mean, someone made a calculator, and I'm using the calculator.
Damn.
And I'm getting exactly 50% from being from like picking it up because of the spillover. So I don't think any additional Alchemica is spawning. It's just very concentrated and it looks like a lot.
So it really is just a radius issue. That's all.
Yeah.
So enjoy the tight radius while we can.
The briefs.
The briefs. Oh man. Well, that's exciting because yeah, I mean it's a lot to pick up. Spillover looks great.
I'm seeing a lot of parcels without an installation placed yet. It seems like there's a lot of players to get in and finish up their placement.
Yeah, I mean, I bet Neon's like me. We haven't even got in to do ours yet. So at least I haven't.
Oh yeah, I'm so far beyond being able to touch any of my own stuff. But to the point about whether there are installations equipped on own parcels yet. So speaking to the land area in which you can play, there are basically, I believe, 4 hoods. I mentioned that before. That's a unit of measurement. District 1 has 6 of those in it. All the rest of the districts are equivalent to 1 hood. So there are 4 hoods worth of space that don't have any owned parcels in them. And those are designed to connect the 2 big land sales that we previously had on the west side, which had 20 different districts. Well, sorry, no, that's not accurate. 20 different hoods. And then on the east side, there were 12 in our last land sale. So they're in the middle. Basically, if you go right up the middle, and then 1 to the side when you get to the top, those shouldn't have any owned parcels in them. So if you're checking in there won't be yet until the next land sale.
Yeah, there's still a lot of land up for grabs in the future, which is pretty cool. There's more space for new players to come in and get a piece of the Gotchiverse.
Yeah, so that speaks to another point, which is planning for the next land sale. And Golden Cross, you can speak to this if there's any update on the SIG prop for land sale 3. As far as I know, that seems to be going well. And so I've already run the numbers for the number of parcels per district or per hood that'll be for sale versus for raffle. And we are intentionally leaving just a few, even in the previous land sale areas. So most of everywhere that's had land sales will sell almost all of them, but there'll still be a few left. So keep note of that, and you'll get more information in the coming weeks as to exactly more numbers and things.
Exciting. Those drop tickets hopefully will come in clutch there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I think the core prop for the next land auction and raffle will go live this week. So everything's pretty much in place. The SIG prop passed almost 2 weeks ago, 95% support. So that said, a SIG prop and a core prop are totally different. To me, a SIG prop is like, yeah, I might vote yes for it because I think it's worth getting to the next stage. But the core prop is, that's the binding resolution. So there'll be a core prop on that coming out this week. It's pretty much ready to publish. We're just double, triple checking everything that's there.
Cool.
It looks like they might have fixed it because I did not have a bunch of Alchemica spawn on my property when I just channeled on a new one.
Yeah, and I'm seeing random FUDs around, like where there's no altars. So
beautiful.
Seeing a cluster of comments here in the text chat. People having JSON errors placing their altars. Anyone else encountering that concern as well?
Yeah, I'm in District 21. I'm seeing Alchemica popping up all over.
Oh, here we go, guys. It's working as it's supposed to now.
It's pretty awesome that
Sorry, I was just saying I was having problems upgrading my altar. Someone had brought up the issue of someone placing their altar, so it might be a similar issue.
Did anything specific solve that for you there?
I had one that
No, it
didn't
just
go
didn't work.
through, and all the rest of them did go through. So I have like a ghost one that's sitting there.
Diddly Poo says that we're having a little bit of gas estimation issues in the UI. So y'all, if you're trying to place altars and it's failing out on you consistently, try maybe looking at that GUI on the gas and maybe bumping that up.
Mine went through, but it ghosted. One of them just sits there as a ghost.
Yeah, that's likely delay. As it
Polygon is spiking around at anywhere from like 50 GUI up to like 300, so it's kind of inconsistent. The estimation might be right, the first block that you that it suggests, and then the few blocks after, when you actually click confirm, it might spike up, and it might fail your transaction there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is great, just being able to walk around and find Alec now.
Yeah, this is pretty cool, right? This is kind of how I envisioned this to be. Like, you just, you're exploring, you're chatting with your friends, and you're just finding Alchemica, like, randomly. Again, and it could be from an installation that's, like, 2,000 units away, which is basically halfway across the Citadel.
Hey, correction there from Diddly Poo. Not the gas cost, not the actual GUI cost, but the actual gas limit. So if you just increase your upper limit, it should clear on through. But we's looking kind of normal now. We were having spikes earlier, so keep working it, guys.
It'd be pretty cool, if like players or guilds even, especially with Twin Channel comes through, like this, they synchronize their channel, all at the same time, and you have just this massive drop, for special events like, I don't know, the birthday of Aavegotchi and stuff like that.
That's cool.
Wow, guys, this has been an epic few hours here. I have to go take another call, so I might pop back in later if this is still going. We can keep the room up. But it looks like we're kind of arriving at a place where still a little buggy, like those UI issues with the gas estimation. But awesome to see the world really coming into focus here the last couple hours. Really, every 10 minutes, it just levels up, gets better. So
good stuff, Jesse. Have fun. We'll be here.
Awesome. See you guys soon.
Yeah, I'm planning to just chill on the channel for a little while.
Yeah, I'm gonna echo Golden Frost. I've got to
Thanks for everything.
What? Sorry.
I just was telling everybody bye. I'm going to lunch. Appreciate it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, enjoy.
See you, Ranger.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out as well so I can focus on shipping stuff. But thanks to everybody for your feedback and participation. This is definitely a historic day for all of us, and I'm super pumped. Things are only going to get better. It was a little bumpy, the release, but that can happen, especially as we ship often. So thanks for everybody's patience as we've gotten stuff more in line with what was intended, and we'll continue to do so. So see you around in the Gotchiverse and Hangouts and stuff. Thanks.
Cheers.
Yeah, very nice. Hey, have a great day.
You too. Thanks.
I'm still here. I'm just trying to channel.
Yeah, I already channeled on Aavegotchi. I don't know. I don't know when the distribution happened from my installation, but I'm imagining it's already happened, and everybody scooped up all the tasty Alchemica.
Yeah, right. At this point, I'm just trying to see, trying to get altars. So right now, I'm trying to put her on my one spacious, and then hopefully I can get a little spillover before everybody else gets here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have a question for everybody. You can upgrade more than one land at the same time, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't think it's there's any lock or anything on that. As long as you have the resources to do so, I think you can do it.
I think it's just a little buggy, maybe. That's probably what it is.
Oh yeah, Harambe has the, Harambe, do you have a parcel on the rainbow? Yeah, that looked like an awesome place. I really wanted the parcel there, just just because it looks so cool.
Those present really well.
Yeah.
That's a Billionaire's Row, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Epic.
Surrounded by gods.
This is the one thing I will say is it is a little track channeled already and which parcels that have been channeled. I'm just trying to get through it so I can put them up for rent.
Yeah, so how's that going to work? I'm not sure I fully understand the mechanics of Gotchi channel and cooldown and Parcel channel and cooldown, because I've already channeled with my Gotchi on my spacious Parcel, but I have two humbles.
They're two separate cooldowns, right? So, well, one's like and they're completely different too. So Gotchis are reset every day at midnight UTC, and then parcels are based. The parcels are based on the altar level. So a level 1 altar will reset every 24 hours after being used. And then level 2 is 18 hours, I think, and I forget the exact numbers, but level 3 I think is 12. But yeah, so one's on a 24-hour window, and then the other one's on a cooldown after being used. It's kind of confusing, but it's
it would be nice to have some UI to show those cooldowns. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they'll add this kind of stuff because they were having issues just getting this out, but I mean, once this is all running smoothly, then they'll start adding more stuff, I'm sure.
Yeah. So from two humbles that have unused channeling, are they just are they just going to sit idle for now until my Gotchi refreshes its channeling cooldown? Like I can't use them, right?
I mean, unless you rent a Gotchi that hasn't been channeled.
Yeah,
But there's currently no way of telling if a Gotchi has been channeled or not on the market, so it's tough.
So the Gotchis themselves are going to be like the channeling gate, right? Because I think there's way more. There's way more parcels than Gotchis.
Yeah, and that's not even counting the fact that once you level up altars, an altar can channel more than one Gotchi in a day. So
yeah.
As Hardcore likes to say, like channeling has nothing to do with land because there's way too much land for how much
many Gotchis are live. Yeah,
exactly. So unless we max out on land at whatever number that is, and then we have 24x times the amount of Gotchis, then it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. All that being said, though, that's really bullish for the the demand for Gotchis themselves, because I still have a few unopened portals. I haven't even looked inside them for Hunt 1, and I imagine there's quite a few Hunt 2 unopened portals as well. So it increases the demand for actual Gotchis, because they're the only things that can actually interact with the universe right now. They're the only things that can interact with the Gotchiverse.
The channeling is going to be a small fraction of the amount of alchemica that's being generated, though, compared to harvesting, I believe.
Right.
But I mean, it's still better. It's still obviously better than nothing. Like you get multiple ghost a day equivalent just from channeling, just from clicking a button.
Yeah, so that's more like the passive income, whereas the harvesting is more active. You've got to think about your placement and
they call it UBI, which is universal basic income, right? Money you get for doing nothing. I found a full alpha.
You guys know if as you upgrade, you can still use it? Because I just press upgrade. So it's gonna take a day and a half. Okay.
You just don't get the benefit of the next level, obviously, until it's done upgrading.
The cool thing is it's based on the blocks, right? So whenever you click the upgrade button and the contract interacts with the chain, it then just sets a block that's 24 hours ahead. So it's guaranteed to eventually upgrade to that.
Got to track how much alchemic I'm getting now compared to how much I used to get. This is sweet though. Like it's awesome just being able to walk around. There's no racing to Alchemica, and there's no
there's not like 20,000 Gotchis everywhere.
Actually,
the play drop. It's pretty chill actually. I'm just sitting in the channel here, just kind of walking around, just talking to you guys, and putting a few shit posts on a few other Discords. I can imagine myself doing this, just to chill out for a few hours every night.
Yeah, it's super basic right now, but still enjoyable.
Yeah, there's gameplay, and that's what a lot of game designers say. Your game has to be fun, like before it's even finished, before you've got like half the features in. There has to be some element of fun there. So, and I think Pixelcraft have achieved that already, which is promising for the future development.
This is the first. I've played a ton of different blockchain games at this point, NFT games, and this is the first one that I actually enjoyed doing.
Yeah, it's enjoyable, right? Like I've had to peg Axie, and it was just like a chore. It was kind of like, right, this was fun for the first 5 minutes, and then it just became boring and a chore. not to denigrate the Pagaxi team or anything, but there's just not a lot of actual gameplay there. You're just rolling a dice on a blockchain.
Yeah, like I grinded over, I think over 500 kek in April, and it was still fun. Like, whereas like I played Axie, I played Plant vs Undead, so many of the different crappy games out there, and this one I played for many hours in April, and it was still fun. Like I could have made money from Axie, but I just hated playing it. It was not fun.
Yeah.
Whereas I enjoyed walking around and finding shit.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Pixelcraft can crack that that whole, like these games just become second jobs for people. They just become kind of rent seeking as well for on the scholar and renter side. I hope that Pixelcraft can break that and make it, fun and enjoyable and profitable for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be like an MMO, right? So, and I mean, it already has elements that I would enjoy in a game. So, I'm loving it so far.
Enable PvP.
I just hit space when you said that.
Yeah,
I was
it
like,
makes
oh,
like
shit,
it makes like a little dunk dunk, just to say,
I have the sound off because I hate the noise when you're on the road.
Oh, there's a 25 block of kek there. That'll be mine. Thank you very much, whoever channeled that.
It's not 25 anymore.
Yeah, no, it used to be 25, right? I still imagine they're 25. 0.5, that'll do.
Those 25s were beautiful.
So some Jesus fucking name asked if I rented a Gotchi in which the owner has a land/altar, can I channel on it? So you have to be the owner of the land currently to be able to channel on it. The owner owning land doesn't matter right now.
I have my fault. I have 3 questions. Sorry to butt in. If you're upgrading your altar, you can still channel on the parcel, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. One of the users just confirmed that. Yeah.
And let's say if I lend out, I know this question's probably been answered, but if I lend out a Gotchi, can the person channel on my parcel? My Gotchi.
Not right now, I don't think. In the future, yes, but I don't think that is currently in the game right now. I think you have to own the land.
Okay.
I think if you put it into Gotchi Vault, though, it does work. I think everything.
Yeah, I mean that would work because the vault would own both of the land. Well, no, I'm pretty sure you still have to own the land right now. Like eventually that will work, but I'm pretty sure right now you have to own the land.
Yeah, they said that the more renter integration with the rentee, that's kind of like mid-term goals. So it's not short-term necessarily. They said mid-term, so I'm guessing that's within 2 to 3 months. That's what I consider mid-term to be. Just expanding the functionality of the renter for the Gotchis.
But I think when it's in the Gotchi Vault, it is under the
question
same
is,
contract.
and you
So
guys
it might-
said that at midnight that the Gotchi cooldown ends, but what time midnight? Is that midnight Eastern?
It's midnight UTC, so it's 8 p.m. Eastern.
8 p.m. Eastern. Okay, perfect, man. Thank you.
Yeah, and Sanchez, to answer your question, like I know what you're saying, and I'm pretty sure like that's the intention, but I'm also pretty sure that right now, like the person renting the gotchi has to be the person who owns the land, not like so like if you're renting a gotchi, someone else still like the vault owns that land. The renter doesn't own that land.
Got it. I see what you mean. So
Like
because the vault has the access in the wallet, the renter doesn't, so it doesn't make sense. I got it.
yeah, so I'm pretty sure like it's he will yeah some Diddley Poo says we'll make it work like that's the intention, but I'm pretty sure right now it doesn't. But yeah, the intention is for it to work like that.
So a question for Diddley then, while he's here on the channel, and because I don't really understand how Gotchi Vault works, is that actually is the Gotchi Vault contract actually taking ownership of the Gotchis, like actual? I know it's multi-sigged and stuff, yeah, but so it takes ownership of the Gotchi, and then it can do all the functions that a regular Gotchi owner could do, like a native owner of the Gotchi, not a renter. Yeah. Okay. Understood. Thank you. And I assume that what's your multi-sig like? How many people have to interact with the multi-sig to do anything on those contracts? Four or six. Yeah, I'll be interested to see how that develops because, like, decentralized Gotchi ownership is like a whole another rabbit hole and level of of the Gotchiverse. So
I've been tracking my alchemic pickups for the past 7 minutes, and I've gotten about 10 alchemica so far. Not terrible.
decentralized Gotchi ownership. How deep does the rabbit hole go in this whole crypto nonsense? Who knows? I think is the Alchemica drying up? I think some of the drops are slowing down. I'm not getting as many drop notifications in the last few minutes.
I think there's going to be periods of time, at least the start, where there's more alchemica dropping than others. Like at reset, there's going to be a bunch of people channeling all at once.
Yeah.
And yeah, like it's not going to be as it's not going to be as predictable as it was in the play drop, but there's definitely going to be spikes and like if guilds start figuring out like or coordinating, I should say, times to channel together. Oh, I actually found someone else.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There might be some coordination, so guilds, they're all playing at the same time, and they coordinate their login time and the channel at the same time, so they can all feed off each other's spillover, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Diddley Poo, sorry, I misquoted our understanding of the Vault Manager. So the Vault Manager can't do anything directly with the Gotchi ownership. The contract, I imagine, controls all of that. Diddley Poo is raising hand, apparently. Can anybody let him on? Because it might be a good idea to let him speak about the Vault Manager contract. The Gotchi Vault contracts.
Hey, you guys, can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, I hear you fine.
Great. What was the question again?
Yeah, I was just wondering how much control does the Gotchi Vault contracts have over Gotchis that you guys take custody of?
So I mean, well, we don't actually take custody of anything. The contract is written in such a way that only the actual owner of the Gotchi can do anything with it, can deposit it or withdraw it. What we can do is kind of wrap some of the Aavegotchi functions that occur that exist in the Aavegotchi contract, and kind of do things like petting or allow like setting up a rental listing, things like that. but nothing with transferring. We can't transfer the Gotchi anywhere. We can't do anything that would require like changing ownership of the Gotchi.
Right. So the contract doesn't actually take ownership of the Gotchi. It just allows.
No, it does. I mean, it lives. The contract ends up own. Like if you look at the Aavegotchi URL that includes like the wallet address, the Gotchi will be there. It exists inside the contract. But again, and all our contracts are verified, so you can actually verify that that's how this is how it works. There's no ability, there's no functions in the contract for transferring Gotchis.
Right.
The only thing you can do, the only thing anybody can do, and anybody is only the actual original owner of the Gotchi, is deposit or withdraw it into the contract.
Awesome. And do you think you guys have, or you definitely think you have plans to wrap around more of the features as Pixelcraft release them to build on top of your contract?
Yeah, so specifically with this land release, one thing that's cannot be done right now is for renters to for a parcel owner to allow renters to channel or to in general to interact with their parcel. So that is actually live in the Aavegotchi contract itself. But there's just no UI for it set up currently. When I spoke to Gordon about it, he said that's like their priority to get that set up pretty soon. But currently, there's no way to do that. So like it's set to the default where only like either whoever has the Gotchi, if it's either your own Gotchi or if somebody is renting a Gotchi, you have to own a parcel in your wallet to be able to interact with it. And we'd actually, from the Gotchi wallet perspective, we had actually, since the functionality is live in the contract, in the Aavegotchi contract already, we had actually prepared prior to the release an upgrade to enable this functionality for the Vault Gotchis. So basically anybody who would, as Bearded mentioned earlier, we implemented the ability to deposit parcels as well as Gotchis into the vault. So anybody who would deposit a parcel into the vault, we would automatically set that access right to be, at least in this initial phase, to be able to be used by any renter. But we were rugged by Gnosis Safe this morning.
Yeah.
And we're not able to actually get the contract upgraded.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm part of the Pull Together DAO, and on the Treasury multisig, and we're having similar issues. It's kind of breaking stuff
today.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that the humble parcels are going to pay themselves back pretty quick at the current rate with the alters? You know, I mean, compared to the spacious?
Well, I mean, you can roll a channel every 24 hours, and it's going to depend on. I'm sure there's a calculation you could do on the channeling rate, multiplied by how many days you channel, and then there's eventually a break-even point. But I don't know where that would be. But it should be fairly simple to do that. And you've got to also remember in future there will be the harvesting, so that's going to increase your yields quite substantially, I imagine. If you're talking channeling only, it'll probably take quite a while, like maybe even over a year or more. But with the harvesting, it might be even shorter than that. And yeah, as AL said, it'll depend on your
invested. I just meant comparable to what you invested originally. You kind of get some of it back.
Yeah,
I think they'll pay themselves back. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I think they could pay themselves back pretty quickly, especially considering the 10% extra you got in bid to earn. Saw a lot of people with small bags make 100% or something crazy.
AL says it depends on your VRF roll, so you might roll really lucky on the kick on your parcel. So some humbles are going to be better than others. I'd imagine that it's possible for a humble to actually be better than a reasonable, and it just depends on its rolls, right?
I think they voted on that and they kind of changed that, didn't they?
Yeah, there's like upper and lower bands. I don't think it'll ever be better than a reasonable, for sure.
Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood then.
But you could have like a really keck and alpha heavy humble. That would be your
which
best
would be awesome.
ideal situation.
Those numbers on the spacious for the actual VRF polls are going to be huge, though, too.
Yeah, I can't wait to do what's the word they call it when you survey? Is it surveying or something? You survey your land. You see what the yields are. Can't wait to do that on my Spacious. Fingers crossed it's actually decent.
Do you guys think the price of Alchemica will go down once the VRF comes up?
Once the VRF comes out, no, I think because that goes hand in hand with Harvester releases, I think that might put some good price movement.
I think, Alchemica price is purely contingent on the demand of the whole ecosystem, because Alchemica allows you to mint stations and like all the other NFTs as part of the ecosystem. So first, Pixelcraft have to create an engaging game that people want to play that's got thousands of users, and then the Alchemica price will fall into place somewhere that makes sense for that ecosystem. I think the prices that we see right now are probably close to where they're going to be for a while.
We definitely need more uses for Alchemica though, because currently, I mean not currently, but like the ones in the plan, like harvesters and whatever, like the whole purpose of Alchemica is just to create more Alchemica. So we need other purposes too. We need, I don't know, like making equipment, making potions,
more stinks.
yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's a common problem in MMOs where they inflate because they're dropping gold all the time from monsters you're killing and stuff. Like the price of everything or the value of the gold that you're farming is decreasing all the time because it's just inflating so much. And the way that they fix that, or at least try and alleviate it, is they have enough sinks in the ecosystem to drain the farmed tokens away. If there are no sinks and we've got the Alchemica challenge as it is set out currently, like it will go down perpetually because people are just farming more and more and more Alchemica, and there's no demand in place to absorb that. So
that's currently happening with the cool cats right now, because if you have a cool pet, you only sync for milk, which you earn every day. If you're a cool cat owner and for your cool pet quest, every time you do these quests, you get milk, and then you have to use it to evolve the pet. But once the pet's evolved, it's just earning milk with no other sinks. So they're gonna add compared to like here where we are, but they're working on it. Different kind of project.
It's a different thing. I'm interested to see how they approach that, because there's this kind of an NFT first approach, right? I think Aavegotchi is a bit more. I wouldn't say it's NFT first. I mean, the Gotchi itself is important as the NFT, but there's more to it, right? There's more wearables, there's land, there's all sorts of different NFTs that factor into the equation as to what each of the tokens are worth.
Well, and all that Alchemica is getting swapped against Ghost, that Ghost token.
Absolutely, yeah. Ghost is going to be an important token fundamentally in the future as well, I think.
I will put emphasis to things like the Gotchi Vault, putting pressure on the cheat out gauge, and now looking at the dystopia gauge. This is how Aavegotchi puts its claws into outside liquidity and grows our overall ecosystem.
Yeah. I'll be interested to see if they ever integrate the Spirit Force as well, because you've got to remember that all these Aavegotchis have outside of the Aavegotchi ecosystem assets within them. So, and they're generating yield. Like these are deposits within the Aave ecosystem. So there's stuff at play there as well, which could be interesting.
What do you guys think of? I had one token sync idea that kind of might have went under the radar a little bit, but I used to play RuneScape back in the day. They had this room called the Party Room.
Oh yeah.
So essentially, if you were a rich person, you had a guild or something, you could deposit thousands of gold. In this case, we'd have Alchemica, maybe wearables, maybe drop tickets, just different things, anything you want to put in there. And basically, it was either private or public. So I was thinking that people could pay a fee to enter it, which could act as a token sink.
Yeah.
Guilds and services could use this for incentivizing their members, advertising purposes, for events hosted by the DAO or Pixelcraft. Entertainers like No Futuristic could come rap and stuff for entertainment there. and essentially they'd be these kind of like play drop parties inside this set area.
Yeah, that
And,
sounds amazing. Yeah.
There could be private and public events. We could
Just,
also allow other tokens possibly to be dropped, like Ghost, Matic, anything
Yeah,
we could think
Gordon
of.
said that, like, there in future, and this is what blew my mind. I think this was maybe a month ago or 3 weeks ago. I was on a call, and he said that the Aavegotchi play drop, or the tools that they've built to drop Alchemica all over the Citadel are not just limited to Alchemica. Like, they could work for any arbitrary token, which absolutely blew my mind, because that opens up so much play space for different DAOs, different communities. Like, it's unreal what you could achieve with that.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought that tied hand in hand, because what better way to like introduce your token or something to all the people in Aavegotchi than giving them
you want a
free
airdrop.
Yeah.
want to do a fair drop? Like, all these different DAOs are trying to figure out how to do fair drops. Like, just put it in Aavegotchi, give everybody access to to
yeah, in some way we could
around and we
could burn some Alchemica that way too, with some type of fee for entrance, or some way of doing a token swap or something. Pixelcraft could get creative with that.
Just a question for the chat, actually. How many of you guys actually ever played RuneScape and know what Harambe's talking about?
I actually will post you a full detailed thing right here in Land Gameplay Room.
Yeah,
that's the write-up.
Yeah, I've played RuneScape like 2004, 2005. I remember playing it with the drop party room and all that sort of stuff. It was amazing. It's part of my thesis, actually, as to why I think Aavegotchi will be successful, is because if Aavegotchi can capture that same vibe that early RuneScape had, it's definitely on a winner, and I think it's doing that already with the whole drop ecosystem and all that. So
I played OSRS when the mobile version came out, because I had a friend who I worked with who was like trying to get me to play it, but I don't know. I played WoW for like a decade, and I don't know, OSRS just wasn't for me.
Yeah, it was of a different time. It was definitely
2001.
Yeah. There's games that are much more, developed these days. But what RuneScape did at the outset was pretty, what do you call it? It was breaking new ground.
Groundbreaking?
Yeah, groundbreaking. There we go. That's the word I was looking for.
You can see a lot of correlation between RuneScape and how their economy had a massive influx of bots chopping down trees and then selling them for gold, and then there would be these real world traders and gold sellers.
Yeah.
So I mean, we could probably, I'm sure the devs have looked at that project a bit too, as ways to counter bots.
I'm sure they have. And again, it's like I said, I think how early RuneScape established an economy within itself, with the rares and stuff, is Aavegotchi is kind of doing a very similar thing. So you get party hats and all these unique rares that only dropped on certain days of the year and stuff, that are worth literally hundreds or thousands of dollars these days in value. So
what do you guys think about like a player verification?
Well, they kind of have that with like the Discord now, right?
Yeah.
But
that won't cover everybody though, will it?
No, I mean it's not, because you could just like make a Discord. Like it's not true KYC,
Yeah.
I saw some like NFT gaming content creators talking about this issue yesterday, and it's either something that a game is gonna have to take like super seriously, or it's, I don't know. Like, you don't necessarily want to get to a point where everybody needs to do KYC, but if bots are that rampant and you can't prevent them, then you might need to.
Yeah, there's like, I guess, the level of like privacy versus, maintaining the ecosystem's health.
There's going to be things like Bright ID and Lens Protocol that are going to offer soft verification that doesn't require KYC at that primary platform level. And Polygon's working on Polygon ID right now, and it's very much going to be like a network-wide credentials type system that can probably integrate into things like Gotchi.
That's what I was gonna say. Is that soft verification?
Yeah, they just released Nightfall yesterday.
Yeah, Nightfall. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that yesterday? Jesus, that was fast.
And that's chain. That's platform type operations. ID is going to be more like dApp deployment. And so the question, the give up here is, are you willing to KYC with Polygon proper? And if you're willing to give that to them at that high of a level, then they will give you the credential pass that other protocols down the chain can just accept without needing your direct verification at their door.
Yeah.
Could also include
I'm good with that.
incentives for people who do verify.
Yeah, I'll be there. I know it has feelings and vibes for sure, but I'll trust Polygon like Polygon will trust me. We'll see what
I'll have my purple heart next to my name, verified.
You bet.
Yeah, Polygon's killing it in the ecosystem, all the different tools and chains that they're launching. They're kind of taking a very different approach from all the other L1s and even the L2s, because they're all trying to make, the one L1 to rule them all, the one L2 to rule them all. Polygon's going in a totally different direction. They're like, well, we're going to make the enterprise blockchain. We're going to make, ZK snarks, and we're going to make optimistic rollups. We're going to do everything.
I promise.
You're going to make every single thing you can imagine.
Yeah, and then just let the users decide what they want to use. So
Well, I promise you that's not a unique approach. They're just ahead of the game because everyone's going to end up in the same bucket.
Absolutely.
It's a multi approach.
Exactly, they're just going to realize that they have to cater to different use cases, because the enterprise use case is totally different from public blockchain use cases.
There is an internal memo floating around from Sandeep that he released on, I think it was the 11th, kind of right in the middle of the Carnage week. If you haven't tracked it down, it's worth going to find. I'll see if I can't drop it here again a little later. But it's really nice to be on the mindset of the builders, because this is not slowing down at all in the internal momentum.
Absolutely. And I hope all of you have made your deposits on Optimism and Arbitrum, farming those future airdrops.
What do you guys think is this a better strategy now? Because before I was definitely on the whole stay on the roads, but now I think it might be different because
you
now
can't think like everybody else, right?
You have to find the hotspots and find people. It's going to be a lot of luck, and it's going to be like you could study the map. You could watch when people are getting on. There's probably some on-chain way to do this.
Yeah, like before it was like whoever got to it first, whenever it spawned every 30 seconds or a minute, whenever it was a minute at the start and then it was 30 seconds. But now it's just like it could be anywhere, and like it could be sitting there for 5 minutes, and no one finds it.
Absolutely, yeah. I think, like this closer to the center of the portal you are, the District 1s and stuff, I think there's going to be a higher population there.
Yeah, I'm definitely
as you go to the outside, like it's going to be less population, so...
Yeah, because people without land spawn in District 1.
Whereas, they do, yeah.
Whereas if you have land, you can spawn on your land, so it's better to stay away from the middle. But then again, I guess like if you're in the middle, there's a higher chance. It's kind of like a Venn diagram, like there's a higher chance of Alchemica spawning from the outside districts into District 1.
I didn't think of that.
Do we know if the radius issue has been changed yet? Have they?
Yeah, it has been changed. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't get any of the fun close spillover.
Yeah, I managed to live stream all that, so that was pretty cool, but that was it. I'm going to be using that for promotional footage to overamp.
Make $10,000 a day playing that.
One pixel font at the bottom, not representative of actual gameplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alchemica dumping might be larger than others.
Your mic's been cutting out a bit today, no future.
Yeah, it's weird. If on the stream, it should be fine because
you just cut out again.
Accidentally switch between computers.
Here's Here's an idea for any people with developer chops, is you could use the map and you could use the on-chain data to see what has been channeled, and then you could see where the live distribution is of Alchemica channeling.
That's where I was headed to, but I was unsure if I wanted to share the full details or not. But I mean, you can
share it in
watch people's wallets, see where their land is, see what their schedule is.
Yeah, if I was the developer, I'd be keeping that one to myself and just building that in the background. But
Thing
I
is,
don't
you're
really
gonna
want
have
to the
to
chops.
you're gonna have to pay attention to altar levels, spillover radius, so it's not as easy as it seems. But you could
Yeah,
definitely
but
point scholars in the right direction of where the hot spots are.
once it's built, though, it's built right. It would be like a pretty epic tool to use for maximizing your farming.
So just in my anecdotal experience over the past few minutes, it is definitely better to stay off the road in terms of finding out, because I was like finding nothing on the road, and then I went off the road and found a decent amount since then.
Yep. There's also going to be an aspect where certain players are logging on at, players are at different time zones, so they're more likely going to channel in at separate times, and you can build that into your mega farming app that tells you when the channeling's going to be, when it's going to drop.
I think a lot of it's going to be at 00 UTC.
Well, that's true. Is that I wondered actually about that. Is how do they programmatically get a time into the game where that resets? Because I thought it would be based on block times, not just an arbitrary time that Pixelcraft can set.
Well, I mean, they set times for Alchemica spawning before, right? So
yeah,
I guess.
So is it based on an oracle, or is it based on block times, or how did they do that? I wonder how they achieved that.
I'm not sure, but I'm sure they figured out a way.
So there's going to be a random hour that everything resets every day?
It probably won't be I don't know if they've actually confirmed this, but I assume it's 00 UTC.
I mean, from what I saw in the contract, the way they're doing it is keeping track of the last day, like block timestamp divided, because block timestamps internally are measured in seconds, and in the contract, it was block timestamp divided by number of seconds of a day, so it's kind of like the day number value is stored as the last time it was. Last time you channeled, it got you channeled. So then the next time you try it, it makes sure that it does that same calculation again, and then makes sure that the day value is higher.
Right, makes sense. Thanks for that. That makes a lot of sense. So it's roughly UTC then. It's within a few blocks or whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't go by UTC. Were you able to tell that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure about that 100%. I'm not sure what the
There are some games out there that don't use UTC for whatever reason, but 99% of games at this point do use UTC.
If these guys are not using UTC, I'd be freaking shocked. Every event, every social, everything's always coordinated in that way.
I think it would depend on. I could be wrong here, but I think it would depend on like what the zero time is internally in Polygon, whatever that would be. I could be wrong, but it seems to me that that's the case.
Guys, I had a quick question. So when you channel, it's supposed to go straight to your wallet, right? I've channeled a few times and gotten nothing. Is it still all just spilling over, or?
Wait,
double check that your transactions aren't failing.
Yeah, if you actually looked at your block.
No, yeah. I've had some fail in the past, but the recent ones have been successful. It doesn't look like they're sending to my wallet though.
I'm saying on the Polygon scan. Have you seen
yeah, that's what I'm on.
in there? You probably see like double entries. Do you see like double entry for the FUD, double entry FOMO, double entry CAC, double entry alpha?
Yeah, I see double entry, but none of them go to my wallet specifically.
Neither one of them?
Nope. This is on a rented Gotchi. I should try with one of my own.
Yeah, if it's on a rented Gotchi, it looks like they did just push
home.
Yeah, it looks like they pushed the fix that was happening earlier, where the rented Gotchi was getting 100% of it. Double check what your split percentage rate is. Maybe it's 100% to the owner.
No, it's to the it's like 80-20 to the borrower, 80. So this kind of strange.
Maybe it could be a bug with their fix that they just put in.
I'm channeling on my land with a rented Gotchi, so I'll play around with it. Maybe I'll wait on those.
Yeah, China, the chain Polygon's been kind of struggling the past few hours. Things are starting to cool off right now, but people have been getting a lot of errors due to gas and stuff. So
it's being sent to the Gotchi escrow address.
Okay, that's what I thought. It looked like a weird address. Yeah, it was just an empty one.
So when the when either a claim happens or the rental is completed, that's when the split will happen.
Yeah, that was like my other thought that might be that. That's good. Appreciate it. I was freaking out this morning because I rented a bunch of gotchis at 10:30 to 11 yesterday for 24 hours, taking the risk that maybe all the contracts would be up and running. I ended up losing like 15 of them, but I reached out to one of the guys who was lending them and told him the situation, and he's like, "Oh, I'll just give you another 24 hours." But I managed to get some 800, 900 kinship gotchis for 0.4 ghost. Seems like a good deal.
Yeah,
that's a one-time deal.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm super curious to see what the new what the new floor is going to be for like 100% gotchis. Like, is it going to be like 5 ghosts?
I think it's going to keep moving around because we're in like price discovery mode with Alchemica,
There's so many, up and down things that can happen in, the next month that it's a lot of variables.
It's hard to say too because like if everybody starts listing higher, then that's going to stick. Same thing with like gotchi prices, so it could just be like community sentiment too.
Yeah.
Not just price based.
Ghosty Fever says, so I channeled transactions succeeded, but nothing happened. I kind of got confused by this as well. It seems like nothing happens directly in game to show that the channel was successful, because the distribution of the drop or the spillover is quite wide, so you might not see anything happen close to your parcel, your land, but it will have dropped something. You can also check your address on Polygon Scan and check ERC20 token transactions, and that should show some Alchemica going into your account.
I like how you said parcel and then corrected that by saying land when parcel was correct.
Yeah, I have to hold back from saying land, or I like to say buildings a lot when explaining installations because I'm curious to whether new people know what an installation is,
Yeah,
try to simplify it a little.
Correcting my correct statement into an incorrect one. That's the chat move.
Yeah.
R.I.P. friend.
He's just teaching people how to play wrong so he can get an advantage.
Yeah, Ghosty Fever found his Alchemica in his account, so yeah, it's kind of like doing this stuff for the first time is kind of weird, especially when things don't happen as you expect and you don't get any feedback. So it can be hard to figure out if things are working as expected.
Well, I mean, it is how you would expect it to happen if we hadn't had a month of play drop, right? Whereas like everything happened on the gotchi and then you had to transfer it to your wallet. Whereas like if you're doing a transaction, you expect it to go directly to your wallet.
Yeah.
So
let's focus here on that one, right? We've been crushing little issues here, so let's crush this issue, right? What's his issue here? He's trying to do withdrawals. Are you trying to use the vortex? You got Alchemica in your pocket. You're trying to use the vortex, and you're having an error. Is that where you're having issues, Bubba? So I haven't had this happen yet, where I try to use the vortex and have the failure issue. And so I know that they have a process in place. Have any of you guys gone through that process? Do individuals have to like submit a withdrawal support request or something?
I've never had an issue.
A few withdrawals today that failed, and then later on they just went through. So I think anytime there were issues in the past with the withdrawals, Coderdan always said that like they're just like placed in a queue and they'll get through them eventually. So I would note down the request ID and maybe take a screenshot of that activity page, and then wait I don't know, maybe an hour or two at most, and then if it's still hasn't gone through, I think there was a withdrawals withdrawal requests channel before. I
There's
don't see it now. Is it still there?
Yeah, it's under the help
But
desk near the top.
oh,
Aren't these splits happening automatically when
yet.
the contract ends anyway? So they could probably just end the contract too, right? If they were done playing.
I think
well,
like
it doesn't
90% of the
actually.
time
If
people
the
get
withdrawals
their
failed, it doesn't actually. If the withdrawals failed, it doesn't actually get sent to the escrow address.
Okay, I thought they were automatically sent into escrow now. I wasn't too sure.
Yeah, I mean at least
Protect
that's what I
people.
saw earlier today. Is that I when I was picking up some spillover, I was doing a withdrawal and it was failing. But then some of them went through, some of them I'm still waiting on to go through. But yeah, there's that withdrawal requests channel under help desk that you can send a screenshot to with the request ID, and just give it. I would say give it a little while, half an hour to see if it goes through, and if not, then you can always post into that chat.
Hey friends, I'm gonna go because I want to go get some building, so I'm gonna be doing this all day. I don't want to rug the room though. Is there anybody? Because I know I can close it, but then everybody gets kicked off stage.
You broke up for more than half of what you just said.
He's asking if anybody else wants to host the room, I guess, right?
Yeah, is anybody able to host the room?
What do you mean able to? Like I don't know what that means.
You close the room. Are there any mods in the room currently?
My Celium, he has the same role as you do, so
Well, can he open and close rooms though? Because like they gave me a extra.
No,
in these spaces.
we might be. The party's over.
Oh damn!
I mean, couldn't you just like leave your Discord on and just dip?
Yeah, just stay connected, mute it, indefinite.
Take us to lunch. Come on,
sorry,
what are you having? What are you having for lunch?
I'm eating breakfast, so I'm not even sure. But the first 5 hours of my day was already devoted.
Can't you just like leave your Discord on and dip though?
Well, I have to. I have a whole studio, so like it's a turnkey studio. If I turn it off, like everything goes off.
Right. I mean, like I said, I don't know what you have that Mycelium doesn't have, but
open your phone.
They gave him a secret key. He's got they're very touchy on who can open up the amphitheater stage.
Open your phone. Can't you do that? Can't you just open your phone and leave the Discord on that, and then it'll switch over real quick?
I think it could do that. Yeah, let me do this. I'm gonna mute myself and stay on stage, but then I'll sign off on my stream so I can shut this stuff down and then see. It should keep you guys on and going.
I mean, we can always just go into a voice chat and chill.
Yeah. Well, I'll just I'm gonna mute myself and then leave the room without closing it. Okay.
Okay.
If you ruin everything, we'll go to the GMI stage as well. It's not a big deal, buddy. Go handle your life.
Yes. All right. I'll try this now.
Drum roll.
He's
We're
not
still
here. He's not here, and we are. So
I think we're fine. I think he's thinking Twitter Space. Twitter Space host leaves and the whole space dies. But I think once the stage is open, it can stay open.
I've seen like everyone just leave at once though. So maybe that's when someone manually closes it.
You definitely, and it's something he probably doesn't have control of either. But yeah, probably like Jesse, when he leaves, it gives him the prompt to end the whole room or leave it open. So I think we have the keys to the house ourselves, guys.
Yeah,
Too bad we
come
can't.
back.
It's too bad we can't like have random people come up here. Like if someone else wants to come up here, like I think this is everybody. Kidney for Sale asks if we can increase the drop. No one here has that ability, so no.
Yep. Hey, yeah, we can increase the drop. Yep. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, just so everyone's fully aware. Like nobody on stage is team. No one here is Pixelcraft Studios. We're absolutely just enthusiasts. We have just hung out beyond the point of reasonable timelines.
We're about to hit 4 hours and 20 minutes here.
It's maybe the longest community call, right?
Well, you guys are in
I
bad
think
shape
it
here,
is.
right? So I work from home here, and so I'm here all day, and so I have we can make this thing roll. We got to catch all the different time zones.
Yes.
The occasion warrants a nice call, right? Something we've been waiting for so long.
For sure.
It's been relatively very smooth. Yeah, a couple bugs here and there, but overall, it's been pretty amazing.
Yeah, I mean, the first hour or two was a little rough, but I mean, who cares in the grand scheme of things?
Considering what was released, it's went very smooth in my opinion.
Yeah, I like the fact that I was able to pick up all that extra alchemica that didn't go everywhere.
Yeah, that was amazing. The first time it happened, I was like in shock. I thought it was a visual bug, but then I started running around and actually collecting it, and it was pretty crazy.
It looked like so much I didn't even want to say anything at first.
Yeah, that was pretty quiet.
a way to increase the drops is to reach out to all the Gotchi owners who aren't channeling with their Gotchis. Oh, more people are on stage. How did that happen?
It's magic, man. They just come up.
Actually, Anthony
I
has the
requested
keys to
it.
the castle, I think, too.
Oh.
What up, homies?
What
I had a question.
Or Thrax did it, and he's not even on stage.
Go for it, sure.
I was here for the beginning of the event, but had to bounce about 45 in. So I missed the all-important. I clicked on the altar. I pressed E to start channeling, confirmed the transaction. It was successful, and now I'm standing by my altar with my Puzzo in my hand.
You did
got the money in your wallet, bro.
Have you checked your
Oh,
have you checked Icon Scan?
Yeah, you just go in your wallet.
If it's your Gotchi that you own, and if it's a rental, then it's once it's claimed, it would be split to you.
Oh, I have to pick up one whole keg that just spilled over right next to me. Oh, so the spillover is what doesn't go directly into your wallet, and that's what we're running around for. But there's
Go in a wide
guaranteed-
circle. Go in a wide circle right now around your property, because sometimes I've been able to find quite a bit of kek right after I channeled.
Real wide.
Well, there's also a hot zone where a portion of the spillage is supposed to be spawning into.
I'm finding it. Okay, this is so crucial. I didn't even realize to check my wallet. I thought I would have to pick everything up, and that was okay. Thanks, folks.
So
I'm
yeah, that's
finding all of
based
it.
on the altar level. At level 1, 50% of it goes directly to your wallet. Up to level 9 is, I think it's 10% or 10% spillage. So 90% goes directly to your wallet.
All right, I'm finding it in the radius. Y'all have solved my issue, and also hello to everybody that we've been following and interacting with and entertaining each other for a year. It's really nice to be here playing this game together now.
Hello.
Yeah, right on, man. Good show.
This is definitely the longest call. I've already left and hosted a Twitter space and come back. And I don't know
We
who
could
let me
definitely
up
get
here,
a game
though.
of tag going.
I don't have any
We're in a
magic
mood,
powers.
man. Thrax has got us covered from the back end. He's behind
there
the
you go.
scenes.
Thrax was
Good
in
old
the,
Thrax
in the
looking
chat.
out.
Anybody want to play a game of tag?
I mean, more like hide and seek, right? Good luck finding me.
Yeah, I mean, we'd all have to start off at like one of the District 1 starting points.
So actually, that's a neat idea right there in terms of like the hide and seek, right? So limit it to a specific district. So that's the rules: is you can't leave a certain district, and if you find all 4 of the individuals or whatever in a certain amount of time, then that's the winner. Otherwise, the other ones win.
It'll be a lot of fun when we actually have the traits implemented that change the gacha speed.
That'll be cool too.
Mini games is where it's at, guys. If y'all haven't fully been aware of like Hefe or Thrax's background stories, I love telling their stories, right? Because like when I met these guys, neither of them were in the positions that they're currently in, and they've grown into these positions just within the last year. And so, like, by all means, don't think that there's just professionals involved with this protocol and you guys are all just the spectators now. Like, it is as much as you want it to be. You get what you give in.
I like to promote the game Liquidator Hunt, just like Duck Hunt.
So I ask my brother to do this all the time too, and I'll ask you the same thing, Gotchiverse. Just keep a running list of these good game ideas, man, because there's builders and developers, and then there's idea guys. And so just give us those adaptations. I think Paperboy was mentioned last night on the space as well.
I know Hefe said that there's like a building channel that he was going to send me a link to. I got a buddy of mine who wants to get into building on, mini games and stuff like that. I don't really know shit about it, so I just kind of on the back
Be
burner.
the idea, man. Exactly, and he's talking about the Aavegotchi Architects. It's a different, separate Discord server for dev-related Gotchi-based individuals.
Yeah, I like to study tokenomics.
I'm right there with you. We can go do the DeFi thing all day. So what do you think? Are we still in a slow slip, or is the cycle shortening?
Are you saying for right now? I think that a lot of the exchanges out there are responsible for the Luna dump just because they knew what was going to happen before it was going to happen. It was a high risk thing. They didn't mind putting everybody's money at risk by listing them. So I think it's a kind of like everybody at the top kind of problem that they kind of neglected for security. And now who's to answer, really? You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, that guy was called out multiple times over this. It happened. So
algorithmic stablecoins in general, every single one that has ever existed has failed. So I'm not sure why people keep trying.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about in a wide range of failure range that had such a high rate of failure, especially, being put out there so many times and showing how it could fail because of what it was and the security risks. So I think, if you were like an investor and you looked into what you were investing in, you might have looked the other way if you actually got down to it. But most people don't look at what they're investing into. And I think there's a lot of blind crypto investors that have no idea what they're doing in this market.
That's true.
That was me at one point. I think it was most people, yeah.
Yeah, right in the beginning, I think everybody is.
That's why the big mantra, though, is do your own research. It's not just the mantra. It's not just for nothing.
One thing I will point out is Polygon will have all of its coin released by the end of the year. So that's actually kind of like a big move on top of burning their coin as well, being on point with the ERC20. With what Ethereum's doing.
Well, and having a network that doesn't, mint or secure or underpin a stable coin has its benefits as well.
Yeah, and technically, I kind of made a point, like they're actually basically a layer one scaling a layer one that's building like 10 more layer twos to scale both of them. So, they're basically a monster, especially with being the first ones in, use case, transactions, just all the way around. Just look at how many people are coming on board compared to what they were a year ago,
And Polygon's definitely exciting. They're making a lot of good moves.
I want to see us stay put here. There's always like this discussion of alternate chains or dedicated game chains or dedicated projects. Hefe, welcome back, man. Glad you were able to cycle back in here. But I think we just stay put on Polygon and stay the course. They're working on good stuff.
I think a big connection between Aavegotchi and Polygon, especially with them getting the million Matic and everything, and for the future of gaming and where everything's going, being the biggest DAO in the world. I think all that has a big role to play, and I think we're all going to be, playing inside that role. So,
Hefe, do you have alters on all your properties yet? You optimized already?
Actually, no, but I was just going to say quickly, speaking of onboarding people to Polygon, GMI just put out these 2 videos. You guys should check that out. How to get your assets onto Polygon, and we're trying to find new ways all the time. So we got the first 2 videos out here. I'll drop a link down there for you guys to check that out. I know there's going to be a lot of people in the next couple months who are maybe renting gotchis now, but maybe in a month or 2 or less might actually want to be looking to get some Ghost to actually get some actual assets. So kind of making sure we have the right videos out there for you guys for that. But yeah, back to your question, Mike Callum. I actually have not seen my parcels yet. I haven't even looked at my parcels yet because this morning I was running around trying to help the 8-Bit Gamers Guild sort out their parcels, and they have over like 40 spacious and a whole bunch of humbles and reasonables. So I actually don't even know how many parcels they have, but we were running through as many as we could to try and get the channeling to work. And one of the things I was wondering is, have you guys lent your Aavegotchis out to someone else and have them able to go up to one of your altars on your land and channel? Have you guys been able to do that?
That's not
Or
live yet. That's not
Okay.
live yet. The access rights they exist in the contract, but the default setting for parcels is that only an owner of a parcel can interact with it. And so when I spoke to Dan about it, he mentioned that that's like on their one of their main priorities to get up as soon as possible. They're just their front end devs are swamped. But yeah, that will be that. It's possible in the contract if you know how to interact with the contract. It's actually doable. But yeah, there's no UI for it live yet.
Okay, it's on the back end, it's there, but on the UI, it just hasn't been implemented, hasn't been pushed.
There's
yet.
just no
Okay.
there's just nowhere. The default setting is that only an owner can interact with a parcel. So there's nowhere yet to actually change that setting. The contract has the option.
Inside the vault, I think they went around that somehow. I'm not sure exactly what they did.
Yeah, so in the vault we designed it to. We have a contract upgrade ready to be able to make this change for vault rentals, but because of the Gnosis safe issue today, we haven't been able to actually perform the upgrade. So it's pending still, also on our side.
I think that the vault all the way around has, done a lot too for everything.
Yeah, it's been fun building it out.
Yeah, that feature will be really big for collaboration because our initial plan for the 8-Bit Gamers Guild this morning was we had a team of scholars on standby as the collectors, and then we were going to have a bunch of gotchis, who are going to go up to the altars and channel a bunch of land parcels simultaneously to create, like a denser drop for the scholars to pick up, and have, some people on the outskirts collecting all the loose alchemica as well. But it was really challenging this morning trying to coordinate any of that, with just the minimum viable level that we have launched at so far.
Hey Hefe, how many parcels do you think one scholar could actually, like, if you were to rent out, if he was to rent all of your gotchis and just kind of go around and maintain everything, would that mean you'd need less scholars to do that, or do you think that's feasible?
You mean to have scholars running around doing maintenance, like upgrading your parcels and stuff, or specifically collecting alchemica?
I just mean specifically kind of doing everything. Do you really think, you need multiple people renting, or do you need just one person renting that has the time to do it for you?
Yeah, it comes down to the relationships that you have with your scholars, I guess. Like, some people have a much closer relationship with their scholars than other guilds that are, renting it out to anybody who wants it. It's kind of hard to keep track of what they could do for you in that case.
It all depends on the bandwidth of the scholars, how much they want to do. It's actually, like was mentioned before, the rental percentages have to be flipped because of how much easier it is now from channeling, at least before even we have harvesters. How much easier it is for scholars to actually collect quite a bit of alchemica compared to what it was in the play drop. So it's much more owner focused, the splits.
And less competition for resources too.
Yeah.
With everything being so spread out, I feel like Alchemica sometimes probably sits there for quite a while before someone picks it up.
Yeah, once they fix the radius, I have channeled maybe, I don't know, 5 or 10 times since then, and I've gotten, I think, 2 FUD from my spillover. So yeah, it's definitely quite spread out.
You guys were
I
talking
think,
about when you channel on a borrowed Gotchi, you'll get the Alchemica when the contract ends, right? Someone's asking about it in chat.
We were just talking about the spillover in general, but yeah, that is how it would work with a borrowed
Oh no,
Gotchi.
I mean you were talking about it earlier with, I think you were talking about it with Harambe. It goes
Yeah,
to
earlier.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, when a Gotchi's in a rental, everything that it collects goes into its escrow address, and then either when the borrower or the renter performs a claim, or when the rental is completed, which also performs a claim, that's when the actual split from the escrow address happens to the owner and renter wallets, depending on what the split percentages are.
that makes sense. Hey, to get back to what I was saying is, like when somebody could actually have like a job, basically, channeling at like 200 altars if people gave them the rights to do that, correct? So, I mean, I was just wondering, like, could one single person have that as a job,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that. If anyone has 200 Gotchis around, I'll channel for 10% for them.
See, that would be a dope job.
I mean, I'm actually looking for somebody.
I mean, I'll do it. Like, I would actually do it for 10%.
Yeah, they'd actually make good money too.
Who was that saying that? My Discord's bugged.
Me, Zigo, I'll do it.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
might DM you.
Yeah, okay,
We'll
cool.
see. I'm still going through all my parcels, trying to get altars on them. So it's been quite the process.
As I understand, the Gotchi channeling resets at midnight UTC. Do we think that there's going to be a big influx of channeling spawning at that time, or spillover, sorry, at that time? Or do you think it's going to be more spread out over time as different time zones channel at different times?
I think it's going to be more spread out over time. I think the next couple days are going to be a little bit more regular, maybe, based on like this morning, but maybe over time, kind of like kinship, right? Like it's like probably the first couple months, everybody's kinship was the same, and then over time, it all kind of diverged based on your strategy.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. People are gonna be showing up at the minute that 24 hours resets, and then like 2 weeks from now, people will just be showing up whenever they feel like it.
I think that'll be better for the game if becomes more distributed, because if everybody logs in for the first hour, does all the channeling, collects everything, and then logs off, then you're going to have this weird pattern of user activity all in the same few hours, and then it'll die off. So yeah, I hope people will do channel at different times. As long as you do it once per day, you're fine. You don't have to do it. It's exactly when your Gotchi refreshes at midnight.
Well, that kind of goes to kind of a question for the vault. Kind of, are they going to do all of their stuff at once? Kind of that they kind of do together, or what?
What do you mean by that?
Like, is there going to be kind of like a collective kind of thing that you do together to release a bunch of that for channeling? Or, I mean, because you guys represent a big pool.
I mean, we're not planning to kind of. We're not necessarily a guild in the sense that we don't really, at least at the moment, the vault specifically. We're not setting up these sorts of events yet. There's the Vault Gamers Guild, which is kind of like a spin-off from us. Was a few members from the Gotchi Vault community that spun that off. They're kind of more doing that sort of thing, but not the Vault specifically.
So there'll be more like maybe some bigger times during the day that there might be, better to get on there.
I mean, no, it just depends on when users would. It's like all we're basically doing is automating rentals. So it's however whoever would be renting the gotchis would be the ones using our rentals. So it's not like anything that comes
That
directly
makes
from
sense.
us.
That makes sense. Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how the rates get affected once the harvesters go up.
I feel like the
You know,
more
like
the more ways there are to get Alchemica, the lower the rates will be for borrowers, just because of how much easier it will be to get it.
yeah, yeah, it's true.
It's assuming, of course, that the Alchemica prices stay approximately level. Yeah, there will be some balancing play between current Alchemica price versus like current features for extraction of Alchemica and like how much work is required for each thing. Quite a lot to balance there. But we know for sure it will definitely be much much more owner focused than it has been for the play drop.
Yeah, I think at this rate, a lot of Alchemica will be put back in, at least for the, foreseeable future. So I think, there'll be a lot of building. I think there'll be a lot of time to see exactly what's going to happen.
I'm going to duck out, guys. Nice chatting. Cheers. Have fun.
Peace.
Yeah, fellas, I've been hanging out here all morning. I think I might go for a walk, chill out for a bit, and then I haven't looked at my parcels yet, so I'm gonna do another segment later today. I'll come back on and walk through my parcels, maybe throw some tiles down, and yeah, it'll be a good experience. I'm gonna take a little break though. It's fun hanging out with everybody here, and yeah, this was probably our longest hangout we've ever had. So, and lots of attendance. So it's interesting to see that how that's coming about.
Yeah, I'm taking my dogs out for a walk. Talk to you guys later. Peace.
I'm gonna grab some lunch myself. Later, guys.
Yeah, I guess this is a good point to, unless any of you guys want to up here hang around, maybe this is a good time to shut it down and we can kick it back off, on Saturday morning when we have our regular hangout, which is 2 p.m. UTC. So if you come back here at 2 p.m. UTC, I know they said they might be doing some more play drops, Aavegotchi operated play drops, in the coming weeks, possibly, because there is some Alchemica left in their budget for that. So keep an eye out for that. And happy building. I hope you guys are putting down those altars, collecting that Alchemica. This is a really exciting start to the Gotchiverse, and it's up only from here. That's how I feel.
Absolutely, man. Have a good day. And yeah, I'm going to duck out too. I've been in this and a couple other calls all day, so it's going too long. And I've still got one more after this, so I'll see you on Saturday.
That's how. Yeah, stretch your legs, take a break, grab some water, chill out for a bit, and get back at the Alchemica collecting after that.
I still have the DAO call number 3 to load the RSS feed for that. I'll go ahead and do that. I don't know if I'm going to put this one on the podcast. This one's a bit much. I might just do the first hour.
Yeah, I feel like this is the first hour. I mean, I've been live streaming it, so you're welcome. Anybody?
Oh,
Who's
yeah, I've
welcome
been
to
live
check out my
streaming for
channel.
5 hours now.
Yeah, definitely check out both of our channels, right? What's your channel called, Zombie Shepherd?
Zombie Shepherd. That is my
Zombie
channel.
Shepherd. Okay, check him out.
On
check him out,
Twitch
and I'll
or
drop a link
YouTube.
for mine right here.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely check us out. Check out GMI. We'll probably keep talking about it every hangout. Just definitely, have a look. There's a lot going on in the Gotchiverse. So yeah, I'm gonna log off here. I don't know at one point this stage is gonna end. I guess when everybody leaves. So yeah, take care, everyone.
Take care.
See you later. All right, everybody, go stretch your legs, get some lunch, drink water, be healthy, get away from the screen for a few minutes. We'll see you Saturday.